You know, there are some stories that don't just belong to history, they belong to the bones of the world itself. Stories so old that even time seems too young beside them. And today, I want to take you back, not hundreds, not thousands, but ages into the past. Long before humans learned to write, before kings built palaces, before cities rose from dust. Back to a moment when the universe was still trying to decide what it wanted to be. Because the truth is, nothing began with a spark or a bang in the way we talk about it today. It began with a silence so deep it felt alive. A silence that wrapped the entire universe like a dark, endless sea. A silence the ancient Greeks simply called chaos. And I promise you this, by the time we reach the end of this journey, you will all understand why some people search for phrases like the complete Greek creation myth, or how the ancient gods were born late at night. Because these stories aren't just myths, they are the world's oldest reflections of fear, ambition, love, and destiny. So take a breath, settle in, because our journey begins where everything once ended, in the darkness before creation. When I imagine the beginning of everything, I don't picture explosions or swirling galaxies. I picture a quiet so heavy that even imagination struggles to breathe. The ancient Greeks said that before anything existed, not the sky, not the earth, not even a hint of light, there was only chaos. But chaos wasn't chaos the way we understand it. It wasn't noise or confusion. It wasn't violence. It wasn't even emptiness. It was a presence without form, like a deep, waiting breath. A kind of nothingness that wasn't truly nothing, at all more like a canvas that hadn't been painted yet, and out of this great, silent expanse, the first beings began to rise, almost like ideas, taking their first shape. The first was Gaia, the earth's steady, ancient, patient. She wasn't a goddess the way later stories would describe gods. She was existence itself, finding ground to stand on. Then came Tartarus, the vast darkness beneath the earth, deep, hollow, and endless, like the echo under reality. Right after him came Eros, not the playful god of later myths, but the raw force of attraction, the energy that pulls things together so creation can even begin. Night came next, wrapped in shadows so thick that even chaos seemed to step back. And with her came Erebus, the embodiment of deep darkness. When they joined, they brought forth ether, the bright air the gods would breathe. And Hemera, the gentle daylight that would forever chase her mother across the sky. And just like that, through simple steps of existence unfolding, the cycle of night and day began not through science, but through story, the kind that cultures cling to long before they have explanations. Gaia, though, wasn't finished. From her own depths, she created Uranus, the sky vast, glittering with early starlight. When he stretched himself above her, the world finally had structure, earth below, sky above. Mountains rose from her body, seas pooled into shape, and suddenly everything felt ready for the next chapter. Together, earth and sky, they brought forth the Titans, 12 immense beings, each shaped from the raw materials of existence. They weren't gods yet. They weren't human. They were the first forces of the cosmos given faces and names. But Gaia also birthed other creatures that even Uranus feared. The Cyclopes, with their single blazing eyes, and the Hecatonchires, giants with 100 arms and 50 heads. They were powerful, overwhelming, and Uranus wanted no part of them. So he pushed them back into Gaia, forced them into the depths of the earth, into their own mother. And imagine Gaia, this great, ancient being, groaning under the weight of her own children buried alive inside her. The ache of it, the betrayal of it, that pain, is what begins the very first rebellion in the universe. But that part, well, that comes next. What you've just heard is only the first step in a story older than memory. When I think about what came next, I imagine a world where the sky presses down on the earth not gently, like a protective roof, but like a constant weight. That was what Gaia felt every single night. Uranus, the sky, came down so heavily that the earth beneath him, the mother of mountains and oceans, could barely breathe. It's strange when you think about it. The world was so young, and yet the first thing it experienced was pain. Not by accident, not by tragedy, but by the hands of someone who was supposed to cherish it. And it wasn't just Gaia who suffered. Her children, the Cyclopes, and the 100-handed giants were trapped deep inside her, buried alive simply because their father found them unpleasant to look at. Imagine that. Imagine being imprisoned before you even understand what freedom is. Gaia, ancient and patient as she was, tried to endure. But suffering has a way of turning even the gentlest hearts into something sharp. And one night, when the sky pressed down harder than ever, she made a decision that would rewrite the fate of the cosmos. She shaped a weapon. Not from metal, because metal didn't exist yet. She carved a giant, jagged sickle from stone. Cold, sharp, unforgiving. Then she called her Titan sons. One by one, she begged them, "Help me. Free your brothers. Free me from the weight that crushes us all." The Titans looked at the blade, felt the heaviness in their souls, and stepped back. Fear has a way of shrinking even giants, except for one, the youngest, the quietest, the one whose eyes always seemed to watch more than he spoke. Cronus. He stepped forward and said something simple, something that changed the story of creation forever. "Give me the weapon." And Gaia knew, in that moment, destiny had chosen him. That night, when Uranus descended upon Hergis, as he always did, Cronus hid in the shadows. He waited, silent, still as stone. And when the moment came, he struck. His sickle sliced through the sky, cutting down the father of the gods. Uranus roared a sound so massive it shook the edges of existence. Cronus threw the severed pieces into the sea, and from the foam that rose afterward, something unexpected happened. A figure emerged. A goddess so breathtaking that poets across centuries would struggle to describe her beauty. Aphrodite, born not from love, but from violence. It's strange how creation and destruction can be twins. But the blood that fell upon the earth created other, darker beings, the Furies, spirits of vengeance. The giants, wild and unforgiving, and the ash tree nymphs, born from the old ways of the world. Uranus fled into the heavens, wounded and dethroned. But before he vanished completely, he spoke a curse soft, but heavy enough to bend time itself. "Just as you overthrew me, your own child will one day overthrow you." And Cronus heard him. He heard every word. and that tiny spark of fear, that seed of doubt, it would become the very thing that shapes the next generation of gods. Now Cronus stood tall as the new ruler of the world, but he didn't realize something yet. Power gained through betrayal carries a shadow that never leaves. And that shadow was already growing. After Cronus overthrew his father, the world entered what many storytellers like to call a golden age. But if you look closely, it was golden only on the surface. Because behind the calm skies and peaceful lands, something darker was quietly taking root. Cronus sat on the throne of the universe. He had done what no one before him had dared to do. He broke the sky itself and reshaped the order of existence. But here's the thing about power earned through fear and violence. It never feels secure, not even in victory. Cronus remembered every word Uranus had whispered before vanishing into the heavens. As you did to me, your child will one day do to you. And once a prophecy enters your heart, it becomes a shadow that follows you everywhere. Cronus took Rhea's sister as his queen. Together, they ruled the world, and at first, everything seemed peaceful. The land was fertile, seasons flowed gently, and mortals still new to existence lived simple, content lives. If you stood anywhere on the earth in those days, you'd feel a quiet harmony in the air. But inside Cronus, fear had already begun to rot the edges of his mind. And when his first child was born, daughter named Hestia, Cronus held her for a moment. He looked into the small, warm face of a baby who had no idea she'd just been born into a prophecy she didn't deserve. And then Cronus opened his jaws and swallowed his own child whole. Not out of cruelty, not out of hatred, but out of the kind of fear that makes even gods desperate. He believed that if his children never touched the world, they could never grow strong enough to overthrow him. Rhea screamed. The earth trembled, but Cronus didn't listen. And when their second child was born, Demeter, he swallowed her too. Then came Hera, then Hades, then Poseidon. 5 children swallowed alive. No light, no cradle, no chance to breathe the air of the world their mother had walked on. Gaia watched all of this, and she knew the pattern. She had seen this fear before. She had lived it when Uranus buried her own children inside her body. And now it was happening again, only this time it was happening inside Cronus. Rhea's grief grew heavier with each child she lost. She walked across the lands in silence, leaning against the mountains, pressing her hands into the earth as though begging it to understand her pain. And Gaia did understand. The earth knows the sorrow of mothers. So when Rhea found herself pregnant again, this time with her 6th child, she could no longer bear the thought of watching Cronus devour another newborn. She made a choice, not a gentle one, not an easy one, but a necessary one. When labor pains came, Rhea didn't call for Cronus. She fled to the island of Crete, to a hidden cave on Mount Ida, surrounded by nymphs and spirits who swore to protect her secret. There, in the quiet darkness, she gave birth to a son, a boy whose first cry was so sharp it echoed through every tree on the mountain. A cry that felt less like the whimper of a newborn and more like a warning to the world itself. His name was Zeus. Rhea held him against her chest, and for the first time, hope sparked inside her. But hope is fragile, and she knew Cronus would come looking for the child. So she took a stone, wrapped it in swaddling cloth, and carried it back to Cronus with trembling arms. Cronus didn't even check. He swallowed the stone in one gulp, believing the prophecy had been defeated yet again. But far from his throne, hidden in a cave filled with echoes and shadows, the true heir of the cosmos was growing, nursed by the divine goat Emeltia, guarded by warriors who clashed their shields to hide his cries from Cronus' listening ears. Zeus grew quickly. His bones carried destiny. His eyes held storms long before he learned to summon thunder. And Gaia watched him with the quiet certainty of someone who had seen this story begin long ago. Cronus, meanwhile, sat on his throne, believing he had devoured every threat to his rule. He had no idea that the sky he once helped shape was already preparing to turn against him. Hidden deep within the cave on Mount Ida, Zeus grew not like a mortal child, but like something the world had been waiting for. He didn't learn the world through books or stories. He learned it through the wind sliding across the stones, through the echoing drip of water on ancient rock, through the steady heartbeat of the earth beneath him. Every sound, every shadow, every whisper inside that cave shaped him long before he realized who he was meant to become. The nymphs who raised him often said he had two kinds of quiet. One soft, like the calm before sleep, and another heavy, like the calm before a storm breaks open. But it was the goat Emeltia who gave him strength, her milk warm and wild, her presence as constant as the sky above the mountain. And when she died, Zeus honored her the only way a child of destiny knows how. He hung her hide among the stars, where it would one day become a symbol of protection and abundance. Even as a boy, Zeus felt something tugging at him, pulling him toward a truth he couldn't yet name. It wasn't curiosity, it wasn't ambition. It was more like a whisper inside his bones. Meanwhile, far away in his shining palace, Cronus sat on the throne of the universe with a growing sense of unease. He never slept well. His dreams were filled with shadows, small figures he couldn't see clearly, whispering words he couldn't quite hear. And every time he placed a hand on his stomach, he felt an uncomfortable churn. He told himself it was nothing, but deep down, he sensed the weight of the prophecy, the same prophecy he kept trying to swallow away. Back in the cave, Zeus grew taller, stronger, sharper. The world outside was changing, and his time to remain hidden was fading. That was when Gaia came to him, not as a booming force, not as a goddess wrapped in thunder or flame. She came to him the way ancient things often do, as a gentle shift in the air, as a warmth spreading through stone, as a voice that didn't enter through his ears, but bloomed directly inside his mind. She told him the truth of his birth, the truth of his siblings Ischia, Demeter, Eta Hades, Poseidon, all swallowed alive by their own father. She told him of the world that waited, a world ruled by fear instead of wisdom. And she told him something else. Your time has come. Zeus felt no anger, no panic, no confusion, just a steady, solid sense of purpose. It was never rage that drove him forward, it was balance. To win this battle, he needed more than strength. He needed cunning. And that was when he sought out Metis, the Titaness of wisdom. Metis didn't see a child when she looked at Zeus. She saw a storm in human shape. A storm waiting for the right moment to break. Together, they planned the first great strike against Cronus. She crafted a potion thick, bitter, ancient made from herbs that grew only during eclipses and waters taken from caves, where time itself seemed too slow. Zeus disguised himself, returned to the halls of his father, and offered the drink as if it were a gift, a tribute, a harmless gesture. Cronus accepted. He drank. And then the world shifted. His body twisted with pain. He fell to his knees, and one by one, gasping, coughing, choking, he vomited out the children he had swallowed long ago. Not babies, not fragile, helpless things. They emerged full grown, each glowing with the power of the divine Hestia, Demeter, Hera. Hades, Poseidon, 5 gods, reborn into a world already trembling, and when they turned their eyes towards Zeus, for the first time in history, the future and the past stood face to face. Cronus, still gasping for air, looked up at the children he had tried so desperately to erase. He realized the prophecy he feared had already begun to unfold. When Cronus collapsed, breathless and stunned, after vomiting out the children he had swallowed, something shifted in the universe. It felt like the air itself had taken a step back, as if the world was preparing for a storm it had never seen before. Zeus stood at the center of it, calm but unyielding. He wasn't the oldest of his siblings. He wasn't the most experienced. But he was the one destiny kept pointing toward again and again like a compass locked on a single direction. His brothers and sisters Ischia, Demeter, Ida, Hades, and Poseidon looked at him with a mixture of confusion and relief. Imagine seeing the world for the first time not as a child, but as a fully grown being stepping out of darkness and directly into destiny. They didn't know Zeus well yet, but they knew one thing. He was the reason they were free, and that was enough. But freedom, especially the kind taken from the stomach of a tyrant, comes with consequences. Cronus rose, slowly, shaking, his eyes dark with a fury so old it felt like stone cracking open. He wasn't just a dethroned ruler now. He was a wounded titan and a prophecy fulfilled. And wounded titans don't retreat, they retaliate. Cronus called out to his brothers, the Titans. Some of them came willingly, some reluctantly, and some came simply because they sensed the scale of what was about to happen. One way or another, the world became divided. Olympians on one side, Titans on the other. The quiet golden age ended that very moment. The ground trembled as ancient beings chose their alliances. Mountains shook, seas churned, forests bent beneath the weight of things older than language. And so began the Titamachi, a war that lasted 10 long years, fought not with human armies, but with forces so vast the sky itself cracked under their weight. Zeus led his siblings with stratagenaut brute strength. He knew they couldn't win by force alone. The Titans were older, larger, and far more experienced in war. So Zeus did something bold. He looked where no one else had dared to look beneath the earth. Into the deep, dark prison where Gaia's forgotten son still lay trapped. The Cyclopes, the 100-handed giants. the very beings whose imprisonment had started this tragic chain of events. Zeus didn't see monsters. He saw allies. He freed them. And for the first time in ages, the Cyclopes breathed the open air. In gratitude, they crafted weapons for the gods, not ordinary weapons, but ones infused with the raw power of creation itself. For Zeus, they forged a streak of pure lightning, a bolt of glowing fire that hummed with the heartbeat of storms, a weapon that didn't just strike, it roared. For Poseidon, they crafted the trident, a symbol of the sea's fury and its endless power. For Hades, they created a helm of darkness, a crown that could erase his presence, turning him into a shadow even Titans feared. With these weapons, the balance shifted. The earth shook under their battles. The sky split open with thunder. Mountains collapsed under the blows of giants. The Titans hurled boulders the size of islands, while the Olympians answered with storms, earthquakes, and shadows. And through it all, Zeus stood like the storm he had always been destined to become, hurling bolt after bolt of thunder. So bright they carved scars across the sky that still flicker today. Cronus fought fiercely, but with every clash, with every roar, he felt the truth tightening around him. The prophecy he tried so desperately to avoid was unfolding right before his eyes. The war was long, brutal, chaotic, but finally, after 10 years that felt like an eternity, Zeus hurled one final thunderbolt, so powerful that it split the horizon and brought the Titans crashing down. One by one, they fell. Cronus last of all. And when the dust settled, the world realized something new. A new order had begun. A new age. A new sky. But the victory was not just a moment. It came with a responsibility that would shape the rest of eternity. When the dust of the Titanomachy finally settled, the world felt like it had been turned inside out. Mountains had cracked open. Oceans had swallowed entire valleys. The sky still carried faint scars of lightning where Zeus bolts had carved through the air. Everything felt different, as though the universe had stopped for a moment to breathe again. The Titans lay defeated, stripped of their power, still trembling beneath the weight of the battle that had reshaped everything they once ruled. Zeus didn't strike them down with cruelty. He wasn't his father. Instead, he chose justice. Cronus and the Titans who had stood with him were imprisoned deep within Tartarus, far below the surface of the earth. Behind bronze gates, guarded by the 100-handed giants, the very beings they had once feared and imprisoned. There was something poetic about that. The world has a way of circling back on itself, bringing justice in shapes no one expects. With the Titans locked away, the universe stood waiting. Quiet. Open. Ready to be claimed. Zeus gathered his brothers Hades and Poseidon, and the three of them looked out across the world they had fought so hard to free. But freedom comes with responsibility. Someone had to rule this vast new cosmos. And so the brothers stood together and made a decision that would define eternity. They would divide the universe not as rivals, not as enemies, but as brothers. They cast lots not because they lacked power, but because fairness mattered. The first realm went to Poseidon. When he touched the ocean, it responded like it had been waiting for him all along. The waves rose to greet him, swirling with a power only he could tame. The trident glowed in his hands, and the sea accepted him as its ruler, the god who could calm storms with a whisper, and shake the earth with a single strike. The second realm went to Hades. When he descended into the underworld, the shadows parted, revealing a vast and silent kingdom beneath the earth. It was not a place of horror, but a place of order, where souls found their rightful place and the cycle of life continued without end. The helm of darkness made him invisible, but his presence was felt everywhere within that deep, quiet world. And the last realm, the sky itself, the endless, ever-shifting heavens, went to Zeus when he stepped into the air. The clouds gathered beneath him like loyal companions. Thunder rolled softly, not in warning but in recognition. The lightning bolt in his hand sparked with raw brilliance, becoming an extension of his will. The sky accepted him instantly, as though it had been waiting for its true master since the moment chaos first breathed existence into the world. And with that, a new age began, the age of the Olympians. No longer hiding in caves, no longer bound by fear, no longer fighting for survival. The gods finally took their places upon Mount Olympus, a mountain so high its peak brushed the edge of the heavens. From there, they watched over the world, the seas, the lands, the underworld, the skies, each god settling into the role destiny had carved for them long before they were even born. But peace, especially divine peace, never lasts forever. For while the Olympians were rising, something else, something ancient and restless, was waking deep within the earth, older even than the Titans, stronger, wilder, and far more unpredictable. A force that would test Zeus in ways the Titanomachy never had. And that story, that begins with the anger of a mother and the birth of a monster too powerful for even the gods to ignore. Just when the world thought peace had finally arrived, when the dust of war had settled and the Olympians had claimed their thrones, the universe reminded everyone of a truth as old as chaos. Nothing stays still, and nothing stays safe. Deep beneath the earth, far below the prisons of the Titans, Gaia Mother Earth sat with a rage she had not felt since the day Uranos first forced her children into her body. You might think she would be grateful that Zeus had freed her grandsons, that the Titans who once hurt her were punished. But Gaia wasn't angry because of the war. She wasn't angry because the Titans were defeated. She was angry because another one of her children had been cast into the depths of Tartarus. Even Titan kings are still her children, and a mother never forgets her wounded ones. Her anger grew quietly, like roots spreading beneath the soil. It wasn't wild at first. It was steady, cold, calculating. And from that ancient fury, she conceived something unlike anything the world had ever known. Something that wasn't meant to rule, wasn't meant to be loved, wasn't meant to create. It was meant for one purpose only: to destroy Zeus. Gaia sought out Tartarus himself, the deepest, darkest pit of existence. And together, they created a being so immense, so terrifying, that even the mountains would later whisper his name with fear. When he was born, the earth trembled as though trying to hold itself together. He wasn't a titan, he wasn't a god. He wasn't even a monster in the ordinary sense. He was Typhon, a storm given flesh, a towering figure whose arms stretched like serpents, whose legs crushed valleys beneath their weight, whose voice roared like an entire volcano erupting at once. His eyes burned with fire, and from his shoulders sprouted countless dragon heads, hissing and spitting smoke. If chaos could learn to walk, it would look like Typhon. Even the sky dimmed when he stood. Even the seas recoiled. And somewhere on Mount Olympus, Zeus felt a shift, a chill, faint but sharp, as if destiny had suddenly changed its direction. He didn't know why, not yet. But the world was already preparing for the clash to come. The winds shifted, animals fled, trees bent, oceans swelled with unnatural tides. And then, for the first time since creation, even the gods felt fear. Typhon didn't march toward Olympus like a warrior. He came like a force of nature, like a hurricane rising from the depths, like a mountain learning to run, like fire deciding it no longer wanted to stay inside volcanoes. The moment he stepped into the world of gods, the air itself seemed to tremble. The sky cracked. Oceans spilled over their borders. Storms spiraled out of nowhere. It was as if the planet was trying to warn Zeus. This is not a test. This is your reckoning. Zeus rose from his throne, lightning humming in his grip. He didn't run. He didn't hesitate. He didn't tremble. But every god behind him felt the truth. Typhon wasn't just another enemy. He was something larger, stronger, older. A creature crafted from the anger of the earth itself. And this time, Zeus would face a threat so great that the fate of the sky, the sea, and the underworld hung in the balance. Because if Typhon won, there would be no more gods, no more Olympus, no more order, only chaos returning to reclaim what it had lost. When Typhon finally rose to his full height, the world reacted before the gods did. Birds fell silent. Storm clouds gathered without wind. Waves froze mid-crash, as if the ocean itself was holding its breath. And there, in the middle of that unnatural stillness, Zeus stepped forward. He didn't have an army behind him. He didn't wave banners. He didn't wear armor forged by divine hands. He carried only one thing, the lightning that had become an extension of his very soul. Typhon towered above him, a living mountain of fire and smoke. Each of his dragon heads hissed with a hatred older than Olympus itself. His shoulders cracked with sparks of molten stone. His voice, when he finally spoke, rolled across the world like 1,000 storms crashing together. "Son of Cronus," he thundered, "I have come to tear down your sky." Zeus didn't answer immediately. He simply raised his lightning bolt, and for a moment, the entire world lit up in silver fire. Then the first strike fell. It was so bright that the shadows it created stayed burned into the air long after the flash faded. Typhon staggered but did not fall. He roared back, and the roar turned into a blast of fire so fierce that mountains melted under it. Whole forests burned to ash in seconds. The ground cracked open, but Zeus did not retreat. He stood inside that fire like he was born for it, like the flames recognized him and dared not touch him. Lightning rained from the sky, not single bolts now, but entire rivers of white-hot energy splitting the horizon into pieces. Typhon answered, with storms of his own, firestorms, windstorms, earthquakes. His arms, each ending in serpent heads, lashed out like whips, trying to snatch Zeus from the air. One caught him, dragged him down, crushed him against the earth. For a moment, the world thought the sky had lost. Even the gods on Olympus held their breath. But then a sudden flash, a thunderclap so violent the clouds shredded apart. Zeus broke free, rising upward in a column of blinding light. And something changed inside him. This wasn't the Zeus who fought the Titans. This wasn't the Zeus raised in a cave. This wasn't the Zeus destined by prophecy. This was a storm unchained. He gathered every spark, every flame, every ounce of raw skinergy the universe had ever held, and hurled it directly at Typhon's heart. The blast was so powerful that the entire world went white for a moment, as if creation itself had blinked. Typhon finally fell. He crashed into the earth with a force so massive that continents shifted, seas changed direction, and mountains rose where valleys once lay. But he wasn't defeated. Not yet. Dragging himself upright, bleeding molten fire. He lunged forward with the fury of a creature who had never been beaten in all eternity. He wrapped around Zeus, dragged him down once more, and for a moment, a terrifying, terrible moment, it seemed the father of gods and men might actually fall. But Zeus tore free. Lightning exploded outward from him like a star-going supernova. And in that final burst, Typhon broke. Not into dust. Not into ash. Into submission, Zeus chained him beneath Mount Etna, a prison of rock and fire where Typhon's rage still burns, erupting as molten lava whenever the monster tries to break free. And when Zeus finally stood again, the sky cleared, the winds calmed, the world scarred but alive recognized its ruler. The storm had won, and with Typhon's fall, Zeus truly became king of gods, not because he claimed the throne, but because he proved he could hold it. After Zeus defeated Typhon, something remarkable happened. For the first time since creation began, the universe felt steady, not peaceful, exactly, because peace comes slowly, like grass growing over battlefields, but steady, like a heartbeat finally finding its rhythm again. The winds no longer screamed, the oceans no longer boiled, and the sky, once scarred by lightning, slowly smoothed into calm blue. Up on Mount Olympus, the gods gathered, not as warriors this time, not as fugitives or newly freed prisoners of their father, but as rulers and as architects of a world finally ready to be shaped. Olympus itself was unlike anything that existed on Earth. Its peak rose so high that clouds curled like gentle guardians around its shoulders. At night, stars brushed its edges like sparks from a celestial forge. And every hall, every stone, every echo carried a kind of divine glow, not bright, not blinding, but warm, like a home that had been waiting far too long for its owners. The gods walked through its newly formed corridors, still trying to understand what they had become. Hestia lit the central hearth first, a soft, steady flame that warmed the entire mountain. It wasn't just fire, it was comfort. It was the promise of unity. It was family. Demeter wandered across the hills and valleys, and wherever her feet touched the ground, the world erupted in green fields, crops, forests, meadows, life blooming, as if it had been held back for centuries. Hera, regal and composed, stood beside Zeus, not as a shadow, not as an afterthought, but as a queen, the one who ensured order, fairness, and dignity in the new world. Poseidon returned to the sea, and the oceans calmed under his trident. Waves moved with purpose again. Storms obeyed him. Deep below the surface, creatures felt a ruler's presence and swam in harmony. Hades settled into the underworld, turning that vast kingdom of shadows into a place of quiet balance. Not horror, not punishment, but structure. A realm where souls found rest, and where the cycle of life kept turning. And Zeus took his place in the sky. Every time he breathed, clouds shifted. Every time his heart beat, thunder murmured softly in the distance. Not in warning, not in anger, but simply to remind the world that the sky was alive, watching, waiting, protecting. From their thrones on Olympus, the gods watched over the earth, its mountains rising like sentinels, its oceans shimmering like liquid silver, its forests whispering ancient stories through their leaves. But ruling a world isn't the same as creating one, and the gods soon realized that their victory over the Titans and Typhon was only the beginning. A world needs structure. It needs laws. It needs cycles, seasons, time, order, justice. It needs beings who can nurture it, challenge it, and eventually shape their own stories within it. And so, slowly, delicately, the Olympians began to mold the world into something living, breathing, evolving. Zeus shaped the laws of the sky. Poseidon shaped the boundaries of the seas. Hades shaped the paths of the dead. Demeter shaped the rhythm of the harvest. Hera shaped the unity of families and kingdoms. Hestia shaped the heart of every home. And together, they crafted a world full of promise. But the truth is, a world isn't truly complete until someone lives in it. And that next step, the shaping of humankind, the rise of heroes, and the birth of stories that would echo for thousands of years, was waiting just beyond the horizon. For now, though, Olympus stood tall. The gods were learning their roles. The world was beginning to breathe again. A new age had dawned. Not with war, not with fear, but with creation. And creation always leads to destiny. When the Olympians finally settled into their thrones and the world began to stabilize, something strange happened. The earth felt too quiet, too vast, too empty. The mountains stood tall, but no voices echoed between them. The oceans roared, but no laughter danced along their shores. Forests swayed in the wind, but no footsteps wandered beneath the trees. Creation was beautiful, yes, but it lacked a story. And that was when Prometheus stepped forward. Prometheus was not an Olympian. He was a Titan, one of the few who had survived Zeus' wrath without being chained in Tartarus. Not because he was stronger, not because he was feared, but because he was wise. And more than that, he cared. Prometheus watched the world unfold with an understanding deeper than even some gods possessed. He saw the beauty of the mountains, the calm of the sea, the rhythm of the earth, and he realized something the others had overlooked. A world without beings to experience it is a world without meaning. So Prometheus began to shape mankind. He didn't do it out of pride. He didn't do it for worship. He didn't do it to show power. He did it because he believed every corner of creation deserved eyes to admire it, hands to touch it, voices to tell its stories. With mud from the riverbeds and clay from the valley floors, he sculpted the first humans, fragile, small, nothing like the towering titans or radiant gods. When he breathed life into them, their chests rose and fell for the first time, and in those simple breaths, the world changed forever. Humans looked around with curiosity, their eyes wide, their minds blank, pages waiting to be written. But Prometheus saw the problem immediately. They were alive but helpless. They had hands but no tools. They had bodies but no warmth. They had minds but no knowledge. So he began teaching them. He showed them how to gather fruits, how to build shelters, how to use stones to carve and defend. But still, humans shivered in the cold nights, huddled together beneath trees with no fire to keep them safe. Prometheus knew what they needed. He also knew Zeus had forbidden it, because fire wasn't just warmth, fire was power. Fire was creation. Fire was the closest thing mortals could have to godhood. Zeus believed humans weren't ready. He thought giving them such a force would lead to arrogance, rebellion, chaos. But Prometheus looked at the fragile beings he had created, their trembling hands, their hopeful eyes, and he couldn't accept that. One night, while Olympus slept beneath a thick layer of clouds, Prometheus climbed the sacred mountain. He reached into the chariot of the sun, captured a spark. Small, glowing, the size of a gemstone, and hid it inside a hollow fennel stalk. Then he carried it down to earth. When humans saw the flame, they didn't worship it. They didn't fear it. They gathered around it with awe, like creatures who had just discovered a piece of their soul. The spark grew into flames. Flames grew into hearths. Hearths into forges. Forges into tools, weapons, art, music, stories. Fire didn't just warm mankind, it awakened them. But gods notice everything. And Zeus noticed this. The moment Olympus saw the light rising from human campfires, Zeus's anger grew hotter than the sun that sparked them. Prometheus had broken a divine law. He had given mortals something sacred. He had disobeyed the king of gods. But what Zeus didn't know yet was that this one act of rebellion would change the course of human destiny forever. Because with fire came creation, and with creation came complexity, and with complexity came the stories that would one day define civilization itself. But first, there would be punishment, and it would be brutal, not for humans, but for Prometheus. And the next chapter, one of the most iconic myths ever told, was beginning to stir on the horizon. Prometheus always knew that what he did for mankind would cost him. Maybe not immediately, maybe not loudly, but eventually Zeus would come for him. Stealing fire from the gods wasn't just breaking a rule, it was breaking the balance. It was giving mortals something sacred, something powerful, something divine. And Zeus never liked the idea of mortals becoming too much like gods. So the day Prometheus' betrayal was revealed, Olympus erupted with fury. The sky darkened. Thunder rolled across the heavens. Winds ripped through the clouds like claws. And at the center of it all, Zeus stood with a rage so cold, it didn't even need fire to burn. Prometheus did not hide. He stood openly on a mountain ridge, watching over the humans he had helped, as though accepting his fate was simply the final step in his duty. Zeus descended with lightning in his palms. The gods behind him stayed silent, not because they agreed, but because no one dared interrupt the king in that state. There were no trials, no final pleas. Zeus pointed his thunderbolt at Prometheus and declared a punishment that would echo across eternity. Prometheus was bound in chains, forged from the hardest metal the gods could craft, unbreakable, eternal. He was dragged to the edges of the world, to a lonely cliff high in the Caucasus Mountains, where wind howled like starving beasts and snow fell even in the heart of summer. There, the gods anchored him to the rock, arms stretched wide, chest exposed, as though he were being offered to the world as a warning. And then came the eagle. A massive, monstrous bird with eyes sharp as razors, and wings dark enough to swallow the sky. It wasn't a natural creature. It was Zeus' creation, built from vengeance and divine fury. Every day, the eagle descended upon Prometheus, and every day it tore open his flesh and devoured his liver. And because he was immortal, the organ grew back each night, only to be torn away again the next morning. Pain became his companion, loneliness became his sky. Regret never touched him, that was the strange part. Even as centuries passed, even as the world below changed, even as humans rose and fell, Prometheus never wished he could undo what he had done, because he believed suffering was not too high a price for giving mankind the chance to rise. But Zeus wasn't done. Prometheus had given humans fire, a gift too great to take back. So Zeus did something else. He changed the world around humans instead. He sent new burdens, illness, pain, hunger, uncertainty, things humans had never known in the earliest days. And then he crafted a final gift, a beautifully wrapped curse that would open the door to every misery humans would ever suffer. Her name was Pandora, a story of temptation, curiosity, and the box that carried the shadows of the world that begins next. But before we go there, remember this: the age of innocence had ended. The age of complexity had begun. And Prometheus, chained to his lonely cliff, was the bridge between the two. When Zeus finally saw the glow of fire rising from human settlements far below Olympus, it wasn't just anger that gripped him. It was betrayal. Prometheus wasn't merely a titan. He was the one titan Zeus had spared, the one he trusted enough to keep free while the others were chained in Tartarus. And that trust had been broken. From the throne room of Olympus, Zeus rose slowly. So slowly that even the clouds around the mountain froze in place, waiting for his next move. He looked out at the world below, watching sparks of human fire flicker across valleys and mountainsides. Tiny but defiant, fragile but determined, hopeful in a way Zeus wasn't ready for. He spoke just one sentence, to no one in particular, yet the entire sky trembled at the sound of it. Prometheus has overstepped his place. There was no council, no debate, no trial. Zeus' judgment was instant. Prometheus was captured by force, dragged to the edge of the world, to the harsh, lonely mountains of the Caucasus. There, the air was thin, the wind bitter, the cliffs jagged like broken spears. Zeus commanded the blacksmith god Hephaestus to forge chains stronger than any metal known to mortals. Chains that would not rust, not bend, not crack, not even under the weight of a titan's suffering. Hephaestus didn't want to do it. He had pity in his heart. But even gods cannot refuse Zeus. Prometheus was bound against the rock, arms stretched wide, ankles locked in unbreakable iron. He looked out across the empty horizon and didn't say a word. Not from fear, not from guilt, but because he knew this punishment wasn't for him alone. It was a message, a warning, a reminder. Then Zeus sent the torment. Not lightning, not storms, an eagle. But not just any eagle, a monstrous, divine bird with wings that cast shadows wider than valleys. Its claws curved like hooked blades. Its eyes glowed with hunger that never faded. Every day the eagle came. Every day it tore open Prometheus' side. Every day it devoured his liver, and every night the liver grew back again, so the suffering could begin anew at sunrise. Day after day, night after night, year after year, a titan torn apart, reborn, torn apart again. His screams echoed through the mountains, but they never broke him. Prometheus never knelt, never begged, never regretted giving fire to mankind. He watched the distant smoke rising from human homes and knew his suffering had meaning. But Zeus was not finished. Fire was only the beginning. Humans had gained something powerful, and power must always be balanced with consequence. So Zeus created something new. Not a plague, not a storm, not a beast, a woman, but not just any woman, the first woman ever made. Beautiful, graceful, curious, intelligent, and within her heart, Zeus placed something more dangerous than all the monsters ever born. He named her Pandora. But her story and the story of the jar she carried, the jar that would change the fate of all mankind forever, is a story that deserves an entire chapter of its own. Because when Pandora opened that jar, the world took its first step into suffering and into hope. When Zeus saw fire glowing across the valleys of the mortal world, he didn't see warmth. He didn't see hope. He didn't see the beginning of civilization. He saw defiance. A boundary crossed. A rule broken. A direct challenge by someone he had spared. To Zeus, Prometheus wasn't just a titan who disobeyed. He was a threat. Someone who had dared to give mortals a gift meant only for gods. And Zeus never tolerated defiance. The sky darkened the moment Zeus called for Prometheus. Clouds gathered heavy, thick, brimming with anger. Lightning flashed, not randomly, but in sharp, focused bursts, as if even the storm was taking sides. Prometheus didn't run. He knew what was coming. He knew Zeus better than most, even better than some gods. And he understood this wasn't going to end with words. Still, when he stood before Zeus, he didn't bow. He didn't tremble. He didn't apologize. He simply said one thing: I gave them fire because they needed it. Zeus' jaw tightened. There was no room for debate, no space for understanding. Because in his mind, Prometheus hadn't just given humans fire, he had given them power. Power that could grow. Power that could rival the gods. Power that could one day question Olympus itself. and Zeus feared only one thing: losing control. So he chose a punishment so severe that it became one of the most unforgettable stories in all of mythology. Prometheus was taken to the edges of the world, far beyond mountains, beyond forests, beyond any place mortals could ever reach. A lonely cliff stood there, not a mountain, not a valley, but a jagged spike of rock that pierced the sky as though trying to escape from the earth itself. There, chains forged by Hephaestus were wrapped around Prometheus. Chains hot as molten iron, yet unbreakably cold at their core. He was bound to the rock, arms stretched wide, his body locked against the jagged stone. And then Zeus sent the eagle. Not an ordinary eagle, not a bird of wind and feather. This was a giant born of divine fury, wings spanning wider than a ship's sails, talons sharp as the swords mortals had only just begun to forge. Every day the eagle descended from the sky. Every day it tore open Prometheus' flesh. Every day it devoured his liver, the organ the ancients believed held a person's courage, their spirit, their essence. And every night, under a sky that watched without mercy, the liver would grow back. So the suffering continued, day after day, century after century. A cycle with no release, no relief, no end in sight. Prometheus did not scream, even as the eagle tore into him. He stared out at the horizon of the world he had helped shape. He watched smoke rising from human campfires. He listened to their laughter drifting faintly through the wind. He saw the glow of their progress, tiny lights spreading across the dark earth like stars being born. And even in agony, he didn't regret what he had done. Zeus had punished the Titan. But humanity, the beings he had wanted to crush before they even began, were learning, evolving, adapting, and that frightened Zeus more than anything. Because mortals, with fire in their hands, were no longer just creations. They were becoming creators. And creators always change the world. Prometheus would remain chained for ages, until another story, another hero, another era would rise to break his bonds. But that is a tale for later. For now, the world entered a period of balance tinted with fear. Humans thrived, but under the watchful, suspicious gaze of Olympus and Zeus. Zeus began to plan ways to keep humanity in check. Because fire was only the beginning. Mortals would soon face temptations, trials, tragedies, each crafted by the gods to remind them that heaven and earth were never equals. And the first of those trials was a woman crafted not for love but for consequence. Her name was Pandora. Prometheus had always known that taking fire from the gods was a risk. He knew Zeus wouldn't be pleased. Zeus rarely tolerated disobedience. But even Prometheus, in all his wisdom, underestimated the scale of the storm that was about to break. The night humans first raised fire toward the sky, the flames flickered innocently, like tiny stars on earth. But on Mount Olympus, Zeus felt it like a punch to the chest. He stood from his throne, thunder curling around him like serpents. The other gods paused. Nobody dared breathe too loudly. Zeus walked toward the edge of Olympus, staring down at the dancing fires across the distant valleys. He saw humans cooking food, warming their hands, shaping their first tools. To Zeus, it wasn't progress, it was danger. Fire meant innovation. Innovation meant independence. Independence meant rebellion. Prometheus, Zeus whispered, and the air itself trembled at the name. What angered him most wasn't the act itself, it was the symbolism. Prometheus hadn't just given mankind warmth. He had given them potential, possibility, power, and Zeus, who had just fought harder than any being in existence to secure his reign, sensed a threat that might one day grow beyond his control. He summoned the gods. Some looked uneasy, some looked curious, but none dared to challenge him. Prometheus has overstepped the boundary, Zeus declared, voice ringing like steel against stone. He will be punished, and mankind will learn the cost of defiance. Prometheus was seized, not by soldiers, not by giants, but by force and power themselves to ancient beings who existed long before gods or titans. They didn't feel emotion. They didn't speak. They simply obeyed. Without struggle, without resistance, Prometheus let them take him. Not because he was weak, but because he refused to regret what he had done. He was taken to the edge of the world, a barren cliff overlooking a silent, endless void. No sound, no wind, no escape. There, Hephaestus, god of the forge, and one of the few gods with a soft heart, was ordered to chain him. Hephaestus hesitated. He whispered, almost pleading, "I don't want to do this to you." Prometheus, even in chains, smiled gently. "Do what you must. I knew the price before I stole the fire." Reluctantly, Hephaestus hammered the unbreakable shackles around Prometheus' wrists and ankles, binding him to the cold rock. And then came the punishment, a cruelty designed not to kill, but to endlessly torture. Each day, as the sun rose, an eagle mass of brutal, relentless descended from the sky. It tore into Prometheus' flesh, ripping apart his liver, devouring it piece by piece. Prometheus screamed, not in fear, but in agony so deep it echoed across valleys and mountains. At sunset, when the eagle finally flew away, his liver regenerated, his wounds closed, his breath steadied. And in the morning, the torment began again, every single day. And all the while, far below, humans thrived around the fire he gave them. They told stories, they cooked food, they forged tools, they built small shelters, they learned to survive, they learned to live. They never knew the price Prometheus was paying. Not yet, but Zeus wasn't finished. He had punished Prometheus. Now he turned to mankind. "You want fire?" Zeus murmured. "Then you will learn what comes with it." And what came next was a twist of fate that would forever shape the human condition. A gift wrapped in beauty, carrying the seed of suffering inside it. Her name was Pandora, and she would bring with her the beginning of every hardship humans would ever know. Prometheus always knew the risk. He knew that climbing Olympus, stealing fire, and placing it into the trembling hands of humans would never go unnoticed. But he accepted that fate because something inside him whispered that mortals deserved more than silence and cold. They deserved a chance. And for a little while, Prometheus believed he had gotten away with it. From the hillsides, he watched firelight flicker across human villages. a warm, golden glow rising into the night sky. He watched families gather around flames, watched children laugh for the first time without shivering, watched humans learn to cook, to forge metal, to create art. It was beautiful, but beauty has a way of drawing attention. Zeus was sitting upon his throne one evening when he noticed something strange on the horizon. Tiny glowing dots scattered across the earth, moving, pulsing, dancing. Firelight. Not the wild flame of lightning, not the burning forests of nature. No, these fires were contained, controlled, owned by mortals. And Zeus felt something shift inside him. It wasn't fear. It wasn't even anger at first. It was betrayal. Prometheus had broken the one rule Zeus had set. Never give humans the power that belongs to the gods. Zeus rose from his throne, and the sky rumbled with his steps. Clouds swirled like they recognized the storm building inside him. Thunder rolled in his chest. Prometheus, he whispered. And the name itself felt like a storm gathering behind a mountain. When he found Prometheus standing on a cliff, watching the human fires below, Zeus didn't shout. He didn't strike him with lightning. He didn't rage. He spoke quietly, and that quietness was more terrifying than any roar. You have given them what was not yours to give. Prometheus didn't bow. He didn't beg. He didn't apologize. He simply answered, in a calm, unshaken voice, I gave them a chance. For God's defiance is a wound that never heals. Zeus, king of the sky, felt his authority crack in that single moment. Then you, Zeus said, will suffer for what they now enjoy. Prometheus was seized by force, not by soldiers, but by nature itself. Wind wrapped around him like ropes. Clouds hardened like chains. Lightning welded itself into shackles. Zeus ordered the chains to drag him east, far from Olympus, far from humans, far from anything resembling mercy, to the Caucasus Mountains, where cliffs cut into the sky like jagged teeth. There, the winds were sharp enough to draw blood. The rocks were cold enough to burn, and the silence was deep enough to swallow cries whole. Prometheus was dragged to the highest peak. Chains hammered through his wrists. Chains hammered through his ankles. Chains wrapped around his chest, pinning him to the stone, with no escape, no shelter, no rest. And Zeus declared his punishment. Every dawn, a great eagle will come. It will tear your liver from your body. You will not die. You will not escape. Your body will heal each night. So the suffering can begin again. And so it happened. On the first morning, Prometheus looked out over the world, over the humans he had given fire, over the mountains that glowed under the rising sun, and he saw the shadow descending. A giant eagle, wings wide as thunderclouds, talons sharp as divine rage, eyes burning like coals. From the heart of a volcano landed upon the rock. It didn't announce itself. It didn't hesitate. It did its duty. And as it tore into his flesh, Prometheus screamed, a sound that echoed for miles through mountains that had never heard a god break before. But he never begged, never apologized, never regretted the gift he had given. Every day the eagle came. Every night his liver grew back. Every dawn the agony began again. And this torment continued not for days, not for years, but for centuries. A punishment meant not merely to hurt him, but to remind all gods and all mortals what happens when the king of Olympus is defied. But Prometheus' suffering was not meaningless. It was the beginning of something much larger. A chain of events that would lead to heroes, to rebellions, to destinies that even Zeus could not predict. And somewhere in the future, a mortal-born hero would climb that same mountain and change everything. But that part of the story is still waiting beyond the horizon. Prometheus knew exactly what he was doing when he carried fire down the mountain. He knew Zeus would be furious. He knew the gods would see it as rebellion. But he also knew something deeper, that humans needed this flame more than Olympus needed obedience. And for a while, it looked like he might get away with it. Humans flourished. Their nights were no longer swallowed by darkness. Their hands shaped tools that turned survival into strength. Their minds opened, their curiosity ignited. Their world expanding with every spark. But fire is honest. It always reveals itself. And when Zeus looked down from Olympus and saw flames dancing across the earth, his anger rose like a storm he could barely contain. He called the gods to his throne. His voice echoed like thunder striking marble. Who gave mortals the fire? No one answered. But Zeus already knew. Prometheus stood far away, on a cliff overlooking humanity, watching the warm glow spread across the land he had nurtured. He wasn't afraid. If anything, he felt pride. Zeus' fury, however, was unlike anything the heavens had seen since the days of the Titans. To him, Prometheus had crossed the one line gods never forgave. He had made mortals powerful. Zeus summoned his divine chains, links forged from sky metal, unbreakable even by Titans, and flew down to confront the Titan who had defied him. Prometheus didn't run. He didn't hide. He didn't beg. He looked at Zeus and simply said, "They needed the fire." And Zeus answered, "And you will pay for giving it." There was no trial, no discussion. Only a sentence delivered with the cold certainty of a king newly afraid of losing control. Zeus dragged Prometheus to the farthest corner of the world, a towering cliff in the Caucasus Mountains, where storms raged without rest. There, he slammed Prometheus against the rock. Chains wound around his arms, his chest, his legs binding him so tightly that even the wind struggled to touch him. But it wasn't the chains that were the real punishment. It was what came next. Zeus summoned an eagle. Not a bird of the mortal world, but a massive, divine beast with wings like storm clouds and claws sharp enough to carve stone. Its eyes gleamed with hunger. Zeus gave the command, "Every day you will feast on his liver, and every night it will grow back. Let mercy never touch him." Every day the eagle came. Every night his liver grew back. Every dawn the agony began again. And this torment continued not for days, not for years, but for centuries. A punishment meant not merely to hurt him, but to remind all gods and all mortals what happens when the king of Olympus is defied. But Prometheus' suffering was not meaningless. It was the beginning of something much larger. A chain of events that would lead to heroes, to rebellions, to destinies that even Zeus could not predict. And somewhere in the future, a mortal-born hero would climb that same mountain and change everything. But that part of the story is still waiting beyond the horizon. Prometheus knew exactly what he was doing when he carried fire down the mountain. He knew Zeus would be furious. He knew the gods would see it as rebellion. But he also knew something deeper, that humans needed this flame more than Olympus needed obedience. And for a while, it looked like he might get away with it. Humans flourished. Their nights were no longer swallowed by darkness. Their hands shaped tools that turned survival into strength. Their minds opened, their curiosity ignited. Their world expanding with every spark. But fire is honest. It always reveals itself. And when Zeus looked down from Olympus and saw flames dancing across the earth, his anger rose like a storm he could barely contain. He called the gods to his throne. His voice echoed like thunder striking marble. Who gave mortals the fire? No one answered. But Zeus already knew. Prometheus stood far away, on a cliff overlooking humanity, watching the warm glow spread across the land he had nurtured. He wasn't afraid. If anything, he felt pride. Zeus' fury, however, was unlike anything the heavens had seen since the days of the Titans. To him, Prometheus had crossed the one line gods never forgave. He had made mortals powerful. Zeus summoned his divine chains, links forged from sky metal, unbreakable even by Titans, and flew down to confront the Titan who had defied him. Prometheus didn't run. He didn't hide. He didn't beg. He looked at Zeus and simply said, "They needed the fire." And Zeus answered, "And you will pay for giving it." There was no trial, no discussion. Only a sentence delivered with the cold certainty of a king newly afraid of losing control. Zeus dragged Prometheus to the farthest corner of the world, a towering cliff in the Caucasus Mountains, where storms raged without rest. There, he slammed Prometheus against the rock. Chains wound around his arms, his chest, his legs binding him so tightly that even the wind struggled to touch him. But it wasn't the chains that were the real punishment. It was what came next. Zeus summoned an eagle. Not a bird of the mortal world, but a massive, divine beast with wings like storm clouds and claws sharp enough to carve stone. Its eyes gleamed with hunger. Zeus gave the command, "Every day you will feast on his liver, and every night it will grow back. Let mercy never touch him." He sent an eagle, a monstrous, brutal creature with wings as wide as sails and eyes that glowed with hunger. Every day, the eagle descended upon Prometheus. Every day, it tore open his flesh and devoured his liver. And because Prometheus was immortal, his body healed again each night, only for the torture to begin anew with sunrise. A pain without end. A lesson carved into eternity. Humans, warm by their fires, whispered stories of the god who had saved them. But they didn't know that their comfort was bought with screams carried away by mountain winds. Prometheus endured it silently, day after day, century after century. Not because he was unfeeling, not because he was unbreakable, but because he believed suffering had meaning when it served something greater than himself. And though his body remained chained, his gift fire could not be taken back. Humans learned to cook, to craft, to shape metal, to build, to think, to dream. Fire lit the first homes, forged the first tools, ignited the first stories, and in a way, fire became their first rebellion too. But Prometheus' torment was far from over. And Zeus was far from finished with humanity, because the king of gods believed that for every gift there must be a price, and that price was about to arrive in the shape of a woman whose beauty hid a curse strong enough to change human destiny forever. When Zeus discovered that Prometheus had stolen fire from the heavens and gifted it to mankind, a cold silence fell over Olympus. It wasn't the kind of silence that comes before a storm. It was the kind that is the storm. Because Zeus didn't just see a spark of fire in mortal hands. He saw defiance. He saw rebellion. He saw the beginning of something he could not control. And the king of gods feared only one thing: losing control. Prometheus knew what he had done. He didn't regret it. Not for a second. He watched humanity gather around their first flames, cooking, forging, crafting, dreaming. And he felt something the gods rarely felt: pride. But gods have long memories, and Zeus had a temper that could outburn the sun. He summoned the winds, he summoned the storms. And when Prometheus walked across the mountain cliffs, the sky split open behind him. Lightning pinned the ground at his feet. Thunder shook the air, and Zeus appeared, not as the wise ruler the world would one day admire, but as a father of the sky whose authority had been challenged, and whose anger now burned dangerously close to vengeance. "You gave them fire," Zeus said, his voice like iron striking iron. Prometheus didn't bow, didn't kneel, didn't ask for forgiveness. "I gave them a chance to survive," he answered. "Something you would never understand." That was the last thread. Zeus snapped his hand, and the chains appeared cold, unbreakable, forged from the bones of the earth itself. Prometheus was dragged across the land, across mountains and rivers, until they reached the far edge of the world, a place so remote even the gods rarely visited. The Caucasus Mountains, jagged, silent, unforgiving. There, Zeus commanded the chains to wrap around Prometheus' wrists and ankles, binding him to the rock face. The metal dug into his skin, slicing deeper each time he struggled. But Prometheus didn't cry out. His punishment wasn't the chains. It wasn't the isolation. It wasn't the cold or the storms that lashed against him for days. It was the creature that came next. A great eagle. Massive, ancient, with wings that blotted out the sun, descended from the sky. Its talons sank into Prometheus' side. Its beak tore into his flesh, and it began to eat his liver. Not once, not for one day, but again and again and again. Because Prometheus was immortal, his body healed every night, and the ego returned every morning. A cycle of suffering, a loop without end. Zeus ensured that the one titan who loved humanity the most would pay the heaviest price for it. Below him, across the valleys and hills, humans lit their first fires, their first forges, their first celebrations. They didn't know the cost. Not yet. They didn't know that the warmth in their hands was paid for by the endless tearing of divine flesh. Prometheus watched them from above. His jaw clenched in agony, but never regret. Not once. Even in the worst moments of torment, he whispered one truth into the wind: they were worth it. But Zeus' punishment didn't end with Prometheus. He had something else planned, a way to strike humans directly for daring to receive what wasn't theirs. And that next act would shape the fate of mankind forever. A creation not of love, not of beauty, but of vengeance. A woman who carried a curse in her hands and a disaster in her curiosity. Her name was Pandora. Prometheus had known from the very beginning that his decision would carry consequences. He wasn't naive, he wasn't reckless. He simply believed that if creation had been given life, then life deserved a chance to grow. But Zeus didn't see it that way. 4 days after the flames appeared on Earth, Zeus said nothing. Olympus remained quiet, too quiet, like the moment before a storm breaks open. Other gods whispered among themselves, wondering what Zeus would do. Some admired Prometheus' courage. Some feared Zeus' silence even more. And then, one morning, the sky darkened without warning. Clouds didn't gather, they appeared. Thunder didn't roll in gradually. It cracked like a whip across the heavens. Zeus had made his decision. He summoned Prometheus to Olympus. Prometheus didn't deny what he had done. He didn't apologize. He didn't defend himself with long speeches or excuses. He stood before Zeus calm, steady, unbroken, the same way he had stood when shaping mankind from clay. Zeus looked at him with a fury that came not from hatred, but from something deeper, the fear of losing control. Because fire wasn't the problem. Fire was just the symbol. The real problem was what Prometheus' act represented. Defiance, hope, choice. Zeus said, only one sentence. You have given mortals what belongs to gods. And Prometheus answered with something even simpler. They needed it. Those 3 words sealed his fate. Zeus ordered that Prometheus be taken far from Olympus, far from the earth he loved, to a barren mountain at the edge of the world, a place where the wind was cruel, the cold sharp, and the silence so deep it felt like a punishment on its own. There, Prometheus was chained, not with simple metal, but with links forged by Hephaestus, the godsmith who tried his best to soften the cruelty even as he followed Zeus's orders. Massive iron cuffs clamped around Prometheus' wrists and ankles, bolting him to the cliffside. He could see the world below him, the rivers he had walked beside, the forests he had shaped, the humans he had taught, but he could never reach them again. And then came the final part of the punishment. Zeus sent an eagle. Not an ordinary eagle, a vast, monstrous creature with wings that darkened the sun and talons sharp enough to tear stone. Every day the eagle descended upon Prometheus. It tore into his flesh, devouring his liver, the one organ the gods believed carried life force itself. Every night, Prometheus' body healed. He was immortal. He could not die. And that made the suffering endless. Day after day, year after year, century after century, the eagle returned. Sometimes Prometheus screamed. Sometimes he remained silent. But he never begged for mercy. Not once. And below, the humans, the fragile beings he had crafted from clay, cooked their food, warmed their homes, shaped metal, built tools, created art, told stories by firelight, never knowing that the warmth they enjoyed came from the suffering of the god who loved them most. But fate has a way of weaving threads that even Zeus cannot control. Because somewhere far away in lands not yet explored, A child was growing into a man who would one day challenge the impossible, face the unthinkable, and walk straight into legends. A man destined to free Prometheus. But that moment was still far in the future. For now, Prometheus endured, his suffering becoming the silent heartbeat beneath the rise of mankind. When Zeus discovered that Prometheus had stolen fire, it wasn't just anger that rose in him, it was something deeper, sharper, almost personal. Fire wasn't just a flame, it was knowledge, it was invention. It was the beginning of independence. And Zeus understood something humans did not. Once a being learns how to create, it will eventually learn how to challenge. He looked down from Olympus and saw humans forging blades, warming their children, cooking their food, surviving winters that once would have ended them. Prometheus hadn't given them a tool, he had given them a future. And that was the one thing Zeus was not ready for. But even in his fury, Zeus didn't strike Prometheus dead. Death would have been mercy. And Zeus was not in a merciful mood. He ordered Prometheus, brought to the far eastern edge of the world, a place so desolate even the winds rarely visited. A barren cliff of black stone, rising sharply above endless emptiness. Prometheus didn't resist. He didn't beg. He didn't explain himself. He simply walked with the dignity of someone who had already made peace with his choice. Zeus spoke only one sentence. If you wished to lift humans beyond their weakness, you will now feel the weight of their suffering alone. Then he commanded the chains to bind the Titan. These weren't ordinary chains. They were forged by Hephaestus from unbreakable celestial metal, meant to hold not muscle but will. Prometheus was pinned against the cliff face, arms stretched wide, the wind cutting across his skin like shards of ice. Silence fell, and for a moment it seemed like that would be the punishment. But Zeus wasn't finished. From the shadows of the mountains, a dark shape emerged, a massive eagle. Its wings wide enough to blot out the sun, its beak sharp enough to split stone. Its eyes burned with the cold obedience of a creature created for one purpose. Prometheus watched it approach and understood immediately. The eagle landed on the Titan's chest, dug its claws into his ribs, and tore open his side with brutal precision. It began to eat his liver. Prometheus gritted his teeth. But he didn't scream. He wouldn't give Zeus that satisfaction. Hour after hour, the eagle fed, and when it had taken everything it could, it spread its wings and flew away into the night. But Titans do not die, and their bodies do not break. Through the long, cold hours of darkness, Prometheus' liver grew back slowly, painfully, with the weight of immortality pressing on every second. When dawn came, the eagle returned. This was the punishment. A cycle without end. A suffering without rest. A reminder carved not into the world, but into Prometheus' very flesh. Compassion comes with a cost. But even chained to a cliff, torn open day after day, Prometheus never regretted his choice. In the far villages, he could still faintly see. Firelight flickered. Children warmed their hands. Families cooked food. Mankind survived nights that would have killed them. And as the eagle descended again, wings slicing through the morning air, Prometheus lifted his head with a quiet, stubborn pride. he had given humans more than fire. He had given them hope. And that was something no god, not even Zeus, could ever chain. Prometheus knew what he had done. He knew Zeus would not ignore the glow rising from human villages, the sparks rising into the sky like tiny rebellions. But he also knew something more important. Humans needed fire more than he needed forgiveness. And so, when Zeus summoned him to Olympus, Prometheus didn't run. He didn't hide. He stood firm. Zeus's anger was not loud. It wasn't thunder or lightning or rage. It was the kind of cold fury that freezes the air around it. You have given mortals what belongs to the gods. You have made them believe they can shape their fate. Prometheus didn't deny it. He didn't beg. He simply said, "They deserve the chance to survive." That sentence sealed his fate. Zeus could have struck him down instantly, but death wasn't punishment. Death was release. So instead, Zeus chose something far worse. A sentence meant not just to punish, but to break. Prometheus was taken to the far edge of the world, beyond mountains, beyond seas, to a place so barren and empty that even the winds avoided it. There, the gods chained him to a towering rock, not with iron, but with bonds forged from divine will itself, chains no mortal or god could break. And then came the final cruelty. Each day, as the sun climbed the sky, an eagle huge, black, relentless, descended upon him. It tore open his flesh and devoured his liver. Each night, Prometheus' body healed again, only for the agony to begin all over again the next morning. A cycle of endless suffering, a punishment as eternal as the fire he had given away. And yet, even through that agony, Prometheus never cried out, never cursed the humans, never regretted the spark he had placed in their hands. Because he didn't give humanity fire, he gave them possibility. Zeus watched all of this from Olympus, his jaw clenched, his heart conflicted in ways he refused to admit. But humans didn't know the price paid for their flame. They only knew warmth, light, innovation, progress. The world was changing, rapidly, irreversibly, and Zeus sensing. This shift decided something that would once again alter human destiny. If humans were going to act like creators, they would also have to learn the weight of suffering. And so began a new chapter, Pandora, the first woman, and the jar that would unleash every sorrow the world had never known. But that is the next part of this story. Prometheus always knew what he was doing. He knew the rules of Olympus. He knew Zeus didn't forgive easily. And he knew that stealing fire was not just disobedience, it was defiance. But Prometheus didn't regret it. Not for a moment. He watched humans gather around the first flames, their faces glowing with a warmth they had never known. He saw them cook food, melt metal, harden clay, and shape the beginnings of a civilization. And in that moment, Prometheus felt something gods rarely feel: purpose. But Zeus saw something very different. From his throne high above the clouds, Zeus looked down at the tiny lights appearing across the earth like stars falling to the ground. Humans had fire, humans had power, humans had hope. And Zeus felt something stir inside him. Not fear exactly, but a sharp, dangerous memory of how his own father had been overthrown by a child who grew too powerful. He would not let history repeat itself. Zeus summoned Prometheus. Prometheus arrived calmly, as if he already knew the entire meeting before it happened. Zeus didn't ask him why he stole fire. He didn't ask him to explain himself. He didn't ask him anything. He simply said, "You have given mortals more than they deserve." Prometheus replied quietly, "I have given them what they need, and that was enough." Zeus' face hardened into something cold, colder than winter storms, colder than the space between stars. He ordered Prometheus to be seized, but not killed. That would be mercy. Zeus wanted a punishment that would echo forever. A punishment so deep and unforgettable that no god or mortal would dare to challenge Olympus again. Prometheus was dragged across the sky, past the clouds, past the peaks of mountains, to a place so remote, so barren, that even birds avoided its silence. The Caucasus Mountains, cold rock, endless wind, a horizon that felt like eternity. There, the gods chained Prometheus to a cliff, not with rope, not with iron, but with unbreakable bonds forged by Hephaestus himself, chains that could hold storms, chains that could hold destiny. Prometheus didn't beg, he didn't plead, he didn't even speak. He just looked out across the empty sky as though accepting the cost of compassion. Then the final part of the punishment came. Zeus summoned an eagle, a creature vast as storm clouds, with wings that beat like falling thunder. It landed on the cliff, its eyes glowing with a hunger that wasn't human and wasn't animal. Every day, the eagle tore into Prometheus's body, ripping out his liver piece by piece. Every night, his immortal body healed so the torture could begin all over again at dawn. It was a cycle without mercy, without pause, without end. For humans, fire became progress. For Prometheus, fire became agony. And yet, even in that endless suffering, Prometheus never regretted his gift. Because somewhere across the earth, fires were burning, stories were forming, tools were shaping, lives were improving, and he believed one truth above all: if suffering is the price of hope, then let the chains remain. But this story, painful as it is, isn't the end of Prometheus, because someday, far from now, in a different age, in the time of heroes, someone will come to break those chains. But before that happens, the world of gods and men will grow even more complicated. New gods will rise, jealousies will begin, mortals will step into the spotlight, and Olympus will slowly become a place, not just of power, but of drama, politics, love, betrayal, and destiny. After Prometheus was punished in the most brutal way imaginable, the world didn't return to peace. It couldn't, because Zeus wasn't finished. To him, humans now carried a spark. They were never meant to have fire, the breath of creation itself. And even though Zeus had chained Prometheus to a lonely mountain peak, his anger didn't fade. If anything, it grew. Zeus realized something simple, something chilling. Why punish only the Titan, when you can punish the ones he loved most? Humankind. But the gods never strike directly. Their hands are too powerful, their touch too destructive. Instead, Zeus decided to shape a trap so perfect, so beautiful, that humanity would walk into it willingly, and that trap was Pandora. She was the first woman ever crafted by the gods. Not born, created. Hephaestus shaped her from clay, not rough clay like Prometheus used, but smooth clay that seemed to glow under the sunlight. Every curve, every line, every feature was sculpted to perfection. Aphrodite breathed beauty into her skin and grace into the way she moved. Hermes gave her charm and curiosity. Hera gifted her with the desire for companionship, yet slipped into her heart a seed of pride. Athena gave her skill, knowledge of weaving and crafting, but also a sense of quiet ambition. And Zeus, he gave her a box. A small, sealed jar, to be exact. Smooth, polished, beautiful, and locked with a divine seal that no mortal could break. He handed it to Pandora and told her only one thing: this box is never to be opened. Those words were not a warning. They were bait. They were purposefully carved to burn into her mind, to twist and turn inside her until curiosity grew sharper than reason. And then Zeus sent Pandora down to mankind. When she arrived, humans were stunned. They had never seen anyone like her. Her presence felt like sunlight breaking into a dark room. Her smile felt warm, familiar, almost comforting. And when she walked, it seemed the earth softened beneath her feet. Prometheus' brother, Epimetheus, saw her and instantly felt something he had never experienced, a mix of admiration, tenderness, and awe. Prometheus had once warned his brother, "Do not accept any gift from Zeus, not even one wrapped in beauty." But Prometheus wasn't there anymore, and warnings don't echo as loudly as charm. So Epimetheus welcomed Pandora into his home, into his world, into his life. For a time, everything felt peaceful. Pandora laughed. She learned. She touched the world with delicate wonder. The humans loved her, for she brought a new kind of joy. A joy they had never known. But joy is never simple, because every night Pandora sat alone, with the box beside her. It called to her, not with sound, not with whispers, but with silence so heavy it became impossible to ignore. Why give a box, only to forbid its opening? What secret could lie inside something so small? Was it a gift? Was it punishment? Was it a test? Curiosity, the gift Hermes planted in her, grew like vines wrapped around her heart. And one evening, while the sun dipped beneath the horizon and Epimetheus slept peacefully beside her, Pandora reached for the box. Her fingers trembled. The seal glowed faintly, as though warning her one last time, telling her that crossing this line would divide the world into before and after. But Pandora, brilliant, curious, human in all the ways that mattered, lifted the lid just a little, just enough. The box didn't open with a burst. It opened with a sigh. And from that soft, ancient breath came everything mankind had never known before. Sickness, greed, jealousy, violence, pain, fear, cruelty, hatred, famine, war. They shot out like swarms of shadows. Spreading across the world faster than sound, Pandora tried to close the lid. She slammed it down, fought against the storm, but it was too late. Every sorrow now lived in the human heart. When she finally managed to force the lid shut, the world stood shattered, broken in ways it had never been before. And then she heard something, a faint sound, soft, delicate, almost too small to notice. A voice, a light, a presence. The final thing left inside the box. Hope. The gods had buried all suffering within mankind, but they had also left one final gift. Not to remove pain, but to help humans survive it. Pandora opened the box just enough to let hope slip into the world. Not loud, not dramatic, just a quiet glow that settles into the corners of every heart when the shadows grow too deep. From that day forward, humans became what they are. Flawed, fragile, capable of great harm, but equally capable of resilience, courage, kindness, and dreams. Pandora wasn't a curse. She wasn't a tragedy. She was the mirror of the human condition. Beautiful, curious, imperfect, and filled with a hope that refuses to die. The first great sorrow of mankind and the first great comfort arrived on the same day. When Pandora's jar unleashed sorrow into the world, life didn't fall apart overnight. Humanity didn't crumble instantly. It shifted slowly, painfully, like a great tree cracking from inside before it finally breaks. And as the world changed, the gods watched something remarkable happen. Human life began to move in cycles. Not just days or seasons, ages, each age like a chapter of a long, ancient book. Each one rising, flourishing, falling, making room for the next. The poets of old would later give these ages names. But to the gods, they were more than names. They were lessons in what humanity could become, and what it must never become again. Let's begin with the first. The Golden Age wasn't golden because the ground glittered or the people glowed. It was golden because life flowed effortlessly. Humans lived without fear. They didn't grow old the way we do. Their hearts didn't know greed. Their hands didn't know weapons. Their tongues didn't know lies. They lived like gentle children of the earth, gathering fruit, singing by rivers, drifting under warm sunlight. And most importantly, the gods walked among them. Not in temples, not in prayers, but in the open fields, as teachers, guides, and companions. It was a world untouched by violence or hunger, a world where time itself seemed kind, but nothing perfect lasts forever. Zeus knew this better than anyone. Peace makes the world soft, too soft. And eventually the Golden Age ended, not with war, but with a quiet fading. The humans of this age became spirits of the earth, gentle protectors of later generations. And a new age began. If the Golden Age was innocence, the Silver Age was childhood. Humans became louder, restless, impatient. They lived longer lives, but their minds clouded with ignorance. They quarreled, they forgot the gods, they turned their backs on wisdom. Even their seasons shifted, winters grew harsher. Summers more intense. Zeus watched them from Olympus and felt a strange sadness, like a parent realizing their child has stopped listening. The humans of the Silver Age weren't evil, just stubborn, wasteful, lost. Eventually, Zeus ended this age. Not cruelly, not angrily, but decisively. The silver humans descended into the underworld, their souls never fully settling, forever drifting between shadows and regret. And from their ashes, a stronger age rose. This age arrived like a storm. Humans became harder, taller, stronger. Their hearts burned hot. Their minds sought conquest. Where golden humans built harmony and silver humans built confusion, bronze humans built weapons. They forged bronze spears, bronze swords, bronze shields. Their houses were wood and metal. Their laws were strength. Their glory was battle. It wasn't that they were cruel. They simply understood life through conflict. Thunder echoed more often in this age, as if Zeus himself argued with the earth. Eventually, these warriors destroyed themselves, not through divine punishment, but through their own endless hunger for war. They left behind only ruins and echoes, and the world exhaled, exhausted, waiting for something different, something new. This age was unlike the others. It wasn't defined by decline or innocence. It was defined by greatness. Heroes were born, not perfect, not flawless, but extraordinary. This was the age of Heracles, Perseus, Theseus, Atalanta, Jason, and the Argonauts. The warriors of Thebes and Troy. Humans, in this age, were a blend of divine spark and mortal struggle. They sought justice. They fought monsters. They stood between chaos and civilization. Even the gods admired them. When these heroes died, Zeus honored many of them with a place on the Isles of the Blessed, a paradise reserved only for those whose courage shaped history. But even golden legends cannot hold the world forever. When the age of heroes faded, only one remained. The cruelest, the harshest, the most human. The Iron Age began not with triumph, but with a sigh. This was the age where humans worked endlessly, fought constantly, loved fiercely, lost deeply. The age of toil, ambition, greed, creativity, war, invention, hope. The age where humans forgot the gods more often than they remembered them, but still looked to the sky when their hearts were breaking. This is the age of broken promises, but also of unbreakable spirit. The age of pain, but also of perseverance. The age where humans can fall further than ever before, but also rise higher than even the gods imagined. Zeus looked at the Iron Age and did not destroy it. He watched. Because the Iron Age is not defined by perfection, it is defined by potential. And even in all its flaws, the gods saw something worth preserving. Because this is the age where humans learned the most powerful truth of all. We may be made of iron, but our stories are made of fire. There comes a moment in every young world when the silence between gods and mortals begins to stretch too thin. When human hands start building more than simple homes. When ambition grows faster than crops. When curiosity pushes past the edges of what was once forbidden. And in the ancient world, that moment arrived quietly, not through war. Not through storms, but through a simple truth. Mortals wanted to matter. They had fire now. They had tools. They had families, fields, songs, and fears. But they could feel the presence of the gods watching from Olympus, towering, brilliant, unreachable. Some humans worshipped them with trembling devotion. Some resented them silently. And some wondered why gods should rule at all. It was in this delicate space, between admiration and defiance, that the first heroes were born. But heroes weren't born from strength, not at first. They were born from imbalance. Humans were fragile. The world was dangerous. Creatures roamed the land, creatures older than civilization, born in the chaos before order took hold. And sometimes, a mortal was born who wasn't entirely mortal. Those rare children stood between two worlds, with the heart of a human, and blood touched by the divine. These were the first heroes. Before Hercules lifted mountains, before Perseus held a blade blessed by the gods, before any legend carved itself into stone, there were whispers. A child born with impossible strength, a boy who could run faster than a deer, a girl whose voice could calm lions, a young man who saw visions of places he'd never been, a daughter who dreamed of storms before they formed. When these heroes died, Zeus honored many of them with a place on the Isles of the Blessed, a paradise reserved only for those whose courage shaped history. But even golden legends cannot hold the world forever. When the age of heroes faded, only one remained. The cruelest, the harshest, the most human. The Iron Age began not with triumph, but with a sigh. This was the age where humans worked endlessly, fought constantly, loved fiercely, lost deeply. The age of toil, ambition, greed, creativity, war, invention, hope. The age where humans forgot the gods more often than they remembered them, but still looked to the sky when their hearts were breaking. This is the age of broken promises, but also of unbreakable spirit. The age of pain, but also of perseverance. The age where humans can fall further than ever before, but also rise higher than even the gods imagined. Zeus looked at the Iron Age and did not destroy it. He watched. Because the Iron Age is not defined by perfection, it is defined by potential. And even in all its flaws, the gods saw something worth preserving. Because this is the age where humans learned the most powerful truth of all. We may be made of iron, but our stories are made of fire. There comes a moment in every young world when the silence between gods and mortals begins to stretch too thin. When human hands start building more than simple homes. When ambition grows faster than crops. When curiosity pushes past the edges of what was once forbidden. And in the ancient world, that moment arrived quietly, not through war. Not through storms, but through a simple truth. Mortals wanted to matter. They had fire now. They had tools. They had families, fields, songs, and fears. But they could feel the presence of the gods watching from Olympus, towering, brilliant, unreachable. Some humans worshipped them with trembling devotion. Some resented them silently. And some wondered why gods should rule at all. It was in this delicate space, between admiration and defiance, that the first heroes were born. But heroes weren't born from strength, not at first. They were born from imbalance. Humans were fragile. The world was dangerous. Creatures roamed the land, creatures older than civilization, born in the chaos before order took hold. And sometimes, a mortal was born who wasn't entirely mortal. Those rare children stood between two worlds, with the heart of a human, and blood touched by the divine. These were the first heroes. Before Hercules lifted mountains, before Perseus held a blade blessed by the gods, before any legend carved itself into stone, there were whispers. A child born with impossible strength, a boy who could run faster than a deer, a girl whose voice could calm lions, a young man who saw visions of places he'd never been, a daughter who dreamed of storms before they formed. These mortals were different, not gods, not entirely human, something in between. And the world didn't know what to do with them. Some villages feared them, others worshipped them. Some cast them out, believing they carried omens. But Olympus, the gods watched with interest and conflicted hearts. Zeus knew exactly what these children were. He didn't need prophets or omens. He could feel the spark of divinity inside them. Some of them carried his blood. Some carried the blood of other gods. Some were born from whispers of destiny itself. But all of them, in one way or another, were tied to Olympus. The world needed balance. The gods were powerful, too powerful. Humans were fragile, too fragile. Heroes were the bridge, the answer to a world caught between chaos and civilization. They had the strength of gods but the hearts of humans. They felt fear, pain, love, loss, everything mortals feel. But they also carried courage so fierce that even monsters hesitated. Heroes didn't wait for gods to fix things. They acted, they fought, they protected. And slowly, through their stories, a new age began. An age where destiny wasn't held only by Olympus. But not all gods welcomed this change. Some envied the attention mortals gave their half-divine children. Some distrusted their growing power. Some feared a future where heroes might rise too high. And then there was Hera, queen of the gods, proud, loyal, fierce. She loved order, and heroes, especially the ones born from Zeus's infidelities, threatened that order. She saw heroes not as bridges, but as cracks in the foundation of Olympus. And while Zeus often protected his mortal children, Hera tested them, pushed them, challenged them, sometimes out of anger, sometimes out of fear, and sometimes because she wanted them to prove they deserved the divine blood in their veins. Heroes weren't meant to live peaceful lives. They weren't meant to retire in quiet fields or live long, uneventful days. They were born in times of imbalance and shaped by challenges that would have destroyed ordinary mortals. Their purpose was simple: to keep the world moving forward. Not with laws, not with thrones, but with deeds. Deeds that would inspire, deeds that would warn, deeds that would build civilizations long before humans understood the word civilization. When monsters rose, heroes stood in their path. When kings became tyrants, heroes challenged them. When the world trembled, heroes steadied it. And the gods watched, sometimes helping, sometimes hindering, but always aware that the era of heroes was reshaping fate itself. This era would soon give birth to names that would echo through every century that followed. Heracles, Perseus, Atalanta, Orpheus, Jason, Achilles, Odysseus. But every great story has a beginning. And the beginning of the heroic age wasn't forged by swords or battles or divine commands. It was forged by the simple truth that mortals, too, deserve to chase greatness. And once heroes began to walk the earth, nothing, not even Olympus, would ever be the same again. When the world entered the age of heroes, something subtle but powerful shifted in the air. It wasn't loud like the Titanomachy. It wasn't chaotic like the rise of Typhon. It wasn't tragic like Pandora's sorrow. It was different, a quiet kind of electricity, as if the universe had opened a door and waited to see who would walk through it. Humans had fire. Humans had hope. Humans had a place in a world shaped by gods. But now they needed something more. They needed examples, figures to inspire them, voices that echoed beyond one lifetime, people who could rise above fear, above weakness, above ordinary limits, even if just for a moment. And the gods, watching from Olympus, knew this too. That was how the heroic age truly began. Not with a prophecy, not with a battle, but with a simple realization. Mortals are capable of greatness, but only if the world tests them. And the world was more than ready to test them. The earliest heroes weren't mighty warriors draped in bronze armor. They weren't sons of Zeus or children of Poseidon. They were simply people, farmers, hunters, young men restless in spirit, women unafraid to challenge fate, but the land was still wild. Monsters born from the ancient chaos still roamed freely, beasts with fire in their veins, serpents left over from Typhon's rage, spirits that had slipped through cracks between worlds. Humanity had courage, but courage alone wasn't enough. So the world began to create trials, tests that would forge the first true legends. Some heroes fought to protect their homes. Some fought to seek answers. Some fought simply because destiny nudged them forward like a whisper only they could hear. Their names weren't remembered. Their victories weren't written, but they formed the first sparks, tiny flames in the night, that would someday become roaring fire. The Olympians, curious and ever watchful, started noticing these brave mortals. And something unexpected happened. They cared. Not in the distant, divine way they cared for storms or oceans, but in a personal way, a dangerous way. Zeus admired bravery. Athena admired wisdom. Apollo admired talent. Artemis admired resilience. Hera admired loyalty. Demeter admired protectors. Ares admired anyone wild enough to chase battle head-in. And so, bit by bit, the gods began to step into mortal lives, not to rule, but to shape. A whispered warning in a dream. A sudden burst of strength at the right moment. A guiding hand when a traveler lost his way. A blessing. A curse. A choice. Sometimes the gods helped. Sometimes they hindered. But always, they watched. Because they sensed something important. Heroes show what mortals can become, but they also show what gods can lose. And that tension, that delicate push and pull, would define the entire heroic age. This age wasn't peaceful. The world still held fragments of older eras, leftovers from the age of Titans. Echoes of the war with Typhon, shadows born from Pandora's jar. Some monsters were pure chaos. Some were punishments sent by gods. Some simply existed because the world was still growing into itself. The first heroes faced lions with unbreakable hides, boars larger than chariots, serpents whose venom melted stone. Winged creatures born from darkness, spirits created from human sorrow, creatures abandoned by the Titans. Each battle etched itself into history. Not through writing, not through song, but through the way people whispered the stories at night. Someone fought back. Someone survived. Someone proved we aren't helpless. and the gods listened to those whispers. Intrigued by the courage growing inside humanity, somewhere in this rising storm of courage, a child was born who would someday lift a world on his shoulders. Another who would build a ship that carried 50 heroes. Another who would slay a monster no one else dared to approach. Another who would tame horses breathed from flame. Another who would rewrite the meaning of tragedy. But all of that comes later. Right now, the world was simply preparing the soil, softening it, testing it, waiting for the seeds of true legend. Heroes were rising, but the greatest had not yet stepped forward. The universe was holding its breath. Because soon, very soon, a new generation of heroes would arrive who would challenge monsters, God's fate, and even death itself. And their stories would echo. Not just across the ancient world, but across all of human history. Before Perseus ever lifted a sword, before he ever looked into the eyes of a monster that could turn flesh into stone, before his name became a whisper carried by centuries, he was simply a child who wasn't supposed to exist. His story didn't begin with courage. It began with fear. A fear so deep that it made a king lock away his own daughter. Long before Perseus was born, a prophecy struck the heart of King Acrisius of Argos. Prophecies have a cruel way of choosing the people who fear them most. Acrisius was a proud man, stern, cold, and obsessed with power. And when the oracle told him, "Your grandson will destroy you," it was like the sky itself cracked open. Acrisius didn't just fear death, he feared being replaced. And so, instead of accepting fate, he tried to control it. His daughter Dano was young, gentle, and radiant like dawn itself. She had done nothing wrong. She didn't ask to be part of destiny's game. She simply existed, and that was enough to terrify a king. Acrisius ordered her locked away in a bronze chamber beneath the palace. A room without doors, without windows, without hope. A prison meant not for punishment, but prevention. No man could reach her, no lover could find her, no child could ever be conceived. Or so Acrisius believed. But destiny has a habit of slipping through the cracks men try to seal. One night, the bronze chamber filled with a soft glow, not fire, not lantern light, but something warm and shimmering. Dano shielded her eyes as golden light poured into the room like liquid sunlight. And in that light, Zeus appeared. Not as a man, not as a storm, but as a presence, gentle, radiant, and impossible to deny. What happened next wasn't violence, wasn't force, wasn't cruelty. It was destiny unfolding in the quiet glow of godly light. From that divine union, a child began to grow inside Dana. A child who carried both humanity and heaven in his veins. And when he was born, the air in the bronze chamber changed. He cried a sharp, clear cry, and the sound echoed across Argos like an omen. Dano held him close, wrapped him in soft cloth, and whispered his name. Perseus. Acrisius, hearing whispers from the servants, rushed to see if the impossible had happened. When he saw the child, alive, warm, undeniable, his heart stuttered with dread. He couldn't kill the baby. No matter how cruel a king becomes, few dare shed the blood of an innocent child. So he chose another path, cowardice disguised as mercy. he placed Dano and the infant Perseus inside a wooden chest, sealed it shut, and ordered it cast into the sea. If fate demanded the child live, let the ocean decide. Waves swallowed the chest, tossing it across the waters as Dano held Perseus tightly, whispering prayers into his soft hair. Prayers carried by the wind itself. For days, the sea guided the mother and child, not sinking them, not destroying them, but delivering them to the island of Seriphos. There, the chest washed ashore, and a fisherman, named Dictys, kind-hearted and gentle, heard the faint cry of a child inside. He pried open the lid and found a frightened mother and a baby boy whose eyes burned with quiet determination. Dictys lifted them into his arms, took them home, fed them, sheltered them, and raised Perseus as though he were his own flesh. And on that small island, surrounded by waves and humble fields, the boy who would one day slay monsters learned to walk, to laugh, to speak, and to dream. He grew not in a palace, not in wealth, not in divine splendor, but in simplicity. And sometimes, the greatest heroes come from the quietest beginnings. What Perseus didn't know yet was that destiny was already moving toward him. A king's jealousy, a god's guidance, a mother's love, and a prophecy older than his blood were all waiting to collide. And when they did, the world would remember the name Perseus for as long as stories are told. There's a moment in every hero's life when destiny stops whispering and starts knocking hard. For Perseus, that moment came long before he ever held a sword, long before he faced any monster, long before his name carried weight. It began with a king who wanted what he could not have. On the island of Seriphos, where Perseus grew up with his mother Dano, there ruled a man named Polytix, a king in title, yes, but inside he was small, suspicious, hungry for anything that didn't belong to him. And what he wanted most was Dano. Now, Dano didn't refuse him with venom or hatred. She refused him with dignity, the kind of quiet grace that only made Polytix want her more. But Perseus, he was the real obstacle. The king could see it in the young man's eyes, the protective fire, the unwavering loyalty, the silent promise that he would never allow Dano to be mistreated. And Polytix hated him for it. So he came up with a plan that would look harmless on the outside, clever on the inside, and deadly where Perseus couldn't yet see. One morning, he announced to the island that he intended to marry, not Dano, but another woman entirely. He claimed he wanted a peaceful celebration, full of gifts from everyone. Now here's the trick. Polytix knew the islanders were poor. He knew they couldn't give horses or gold or anything grand. But he also knew one thing about Perseus. The boy would rather die than appear weak. So, in front of the entire island, Polytix turned to him and said with a sly smile, "Perseus, you're strong and proud. Surely you can offer something greater. A horse, perhaps?" Perseus didn't hesitate. Not because he had a horse. He didn't. He didn't even have enough money to buy one. But pride can be a dangerous thing. He stepped forward and said, "I may not have a horse, but tell me what gift you desire, and I'll bring you something better." The air grew very still. Polytix smiled the way a snake smiles before it strikes. "Then bring me the head of Medusa." Just like that, just casually. As if he were asking for olives or figs, The crowd went silent. People froze. Even the sea seemed to stop moving for a heartbeat, because everyone knew who Medusa was. Everyone knew her curse, her hair of living snakes, her gaze that turned any creature, man, animal, god into cold, lifeless stone. No man had ever returned from seeking her. Most never even reached her lair. It was a mission designed not just to fail, but to kill. And Polydex knew it. He expected Perseus to tremble, to refuse, to back down in humiliation. But Perseus, young as he was, stood his ground, not out of arrogance, and not because he thought he could win. He stood because he saw the truth. This wasn't about a challenge. This was about protecting his mother. If he refused now, Polydex would use that weakness to harm Danae without hesitation. So Perseus lifted his chin and replied, "I will bring you Medusa's head." And just like that, his path was chosen. It wasn't courage that shaped him in that moment. It was love. It was duty. It was the unspoken oath that had lived in his heart since childhood. But as Perseus walked away from the palace, toward a destiny darker and more dangerous than anything he had imagined, there was one thing he didn't know. Heroes aren't shaped by challenges. They're shaped by who answers their call. And soon, the gods themselves would turn their eyes toward him. Because every great hero, every single one, must take the first step alone, but never walk the entire path without guidance. And Perseus was about to discover that even impossible quests become possible when the heavens decide to intervene. When Perseus walked away from Polydex's whole heart burning with fear, anger, and something dangerously close to determination, he didn't know where he was going. He didn't even know how far he would need to go. How do you hunt something no mortal has ever seen and survived? Where do you begin a journey whose destination is hidden behind shadows older than memory? The truth is, Perseus wasn't meant to do this alone. And somewhere far above the clouds, the gods already knew that. Perseus wandered along the rocky coast for hours, the wind tossing his hair, the smell of the sea wrapping around him like an old warning. He kept replaying Polydex's words in his mind. That mocking tone, that sly smile, the poisoned politeness with which he sentenced a boy to death. But just when the weight of it all felt too heavy to carry, he noticed the air shift. Not a breeze, not a gust. Something else. A presence. And then he saw them. Two figures, both impossibly graceful, impossibly bright, standing where no one had been a moment earlier. The first was a woman tall, calm, her eyes sharp with intelligence. Her armor shimmered like moonlit water, and her presence felt like the quiet strength that comes before a brilliant idea. Athena, goddess of wisdom, goddess of strategy, goddess of heroes.
The second figure stood beside her, confident and effortless in a way only a god can be. Winged sandals floated. Just above the ground, his cloak shifted like sunlight. Itself, Hermes, the messenger, the traveler, the guide. Perseus froze. He had never stood before gods before, not like this. Not face to face, bathed in the glow of their presence. Athena spoke first. "Perseus," she said, and her voice felt less like sound and more like clarity taking shape. "You were given an impossible task, but impossible tasks are exactly where heroes are born." Hermes stepped forward with a half smile, the kind that suggested he already knew every step Perseus would take on his journey. "And besides," Hermes added, "death by stupidity is a terrible thing." We can't let you wander into the world, chasing a monster without knowing what you're doing. Then they revealed why they had come. Hermes lifted something wrapped in soft cloth, unfolding it with casual ease. Inside lay a pair of sandals, light, delicate, but humming with divine energy. Wear these, Hermes said, and you will move with the wind, faster than any mortal who has ever lived. Athena stepped toward Perseus, offering something entirely different. A polished shield, its surface shining like a still pool of water. Do not look directly at Medusa, she warned. Use the reflection in this shield. Let it be your eyes. Many have tried to kill a Gorgon. All of them failed because they looked into her face. Perseus took the shield with both hands. It felt heavier than it looked, not because of the metal, but because of the responsibility it carried. Hermes placed a hand on Perseus' shoulder. You'll also need to find the Greeks, he said. They see what others cannot. They know the path to the Gorgons. But be warned, they do not give freely. Athena nodded, her expression softening for the briefest moment. You do not face this alone, Perseus. The gods will watch over you, but the courage must be yours. And just like that, in a shimmer of gold and silver, they vanished, leaving Perseus standing on the lonely shore, shield glowing in his hand, winged sandals waiting at his feet, and destiny forming its shape around him. For the first time since accepting Polydectes' challenge, Perseus felt something new stirring inside him. Not fear, not confusion, not anger. Strength. A quiet, forming strength, the kind that only rises when a person steps onto a path that was meant for them all along. The journey had truly begun, and now, Perseus was no longer a boy running from fate. He was a hero walking toward it. If there is one moment in Perseus' journey that feels truly strange, almost otherworldly, it's the moment he steps into the land where the Greeks live. Not a kingdom, not a village, not even a proper landscape. Just a stretch of pale, wind-carved ground where nothing grows, nothing breathes, nothing dares to exist. This was a place the sun didn't like to touch. Perseus felt it before he even saw them, that coldness that seeps under your skin when you know you're about to meet something that shouldn't belong to the world of the living. The Greeks, 3 sisters, born old, older than the sea foam, older than the cliffs that crumble into the waves. They didn't age because they started at the end wrinkled, gray, bent, their skin thin like dried leaves, their voices sharp like cracked stone. But their strangest feature wasn't their appearance. It was the simple, eerie truth. They shared one eye and one tooth. Between all 3 of them. When Perseus finally saw them gathered near a ridge, hissing and cackling as they passed that single eye from sister to sister, he understood exactly why the gods had warned him. The Greeks didn't just live in darkness, they saw through it. They knew paths mortals couldn't walk. Knew secrets even the sea refused to reveal, and they knew where the Gorgons lived. That was the only reason Perseus had come. He approached quietly, guided by Hermes' advice. Do not confront them head-on. Steal the eye before they sense you. So Perseus watched. Listened. Waited. He noticed the tiny pause, that fragile second, when one sister plucked the eye from her socket and reached toward the next. In that sliver of time, Perseus moved. Quick. Silent. Certain. His fingers closed around the eye, and in an instant, the world broke into shrieks. Not human shrieks. Not mortal cries, but sounds so thin and sharp they felt like claws scraping against the air. Give it back, one of them screeched. You dare, hissed another. We will curse you, whispered the third. Perseus held the eye tightly in his hand. It was warm, unsettlingly warm, as if it pulsed with a heartbeat of its own. No, he said calmly. You won't curse me. You'll tell me what I need to know. The Greeks froze, blinded, helpless. They had no power except their secrets, and Perseus had stolen the only thing that let them use those secrets. What do you seek? They hissed together, their voices weaving into one trembling sound. Didn't raise his voice. He didn't threaten them. He simply said, I need the way to the Gorgons. Tell me where your sisters keep their lair. The air grew colder. Even they feared the Gorgons. For a moment, it felt like they might refuse, but the Greeks were ancient, not foolish, without their eye. They were nothing but shadows. So they gave him the truth. Not happily, not willingly, but honestly. They told him of a land where stone men stand like forgotten statues, where no birds fly, where the wind itself refuses to carry sound, a place beyond the edge of mortal paths, the land of the Gorgons. And then, with trembling fingers, they pointed the direction Perseus needed to follow. Only then did he toss the eye. Back. Not gently, not violently, just enough to end the exchange. The sisters scrambled, fighting and clawing in desperation, their long nails scraping across the ground until one of them finally found it and pressed it into her hollow socket. Perseus didn't stay to watch. He simply turned and walked on with purpose. He had the truth. Now, he had the path. He had the blessings of the gods, and he was one step closer to facing a creature whose gaze could end everything. Medusa was waiting, and Perseus had no more room for doubt. When Perseus finally left the Griae behind, clutching the secret location of the Gorgon sisters, the world around him began to change in ways he had never seen before. At first, it was subtle as silence in the wind, a stillness in the grass, a heaviness in the air. Then the signs became unmistakable. He saw birds turn to stone mid-flight, as if frozen in their last heartbeat. He saw wolves silent and unmoving, fangs bared forever, locked in a final growl. He saw trees twisted into statues, branches reaching upward like arms stuck in terror. It felt as if the land itself had been caught staring at something it should never have looked at. And Perseus understood. He was drawing close. The Gorgon's lair wasn't just a place. It was a boundary between the living world and a realm where life had no meaning. Realm where even time seemed afraid to move too quickly. The ground beneath his feet changed from soil to cracked stone, from warmth to a cold that didn't belong to nature. The colors around him faded into grays and sick greens. Nothing grew there. Nothing dared. Every step Perseus took felt heavier than the last, not because of fear, but because this land seemed to pull at him, as though trying to drag him into its eternal stillness. But Perseus wasn't alone. Hermes' winged sandals guided his feet gently above the deadly terrain, never letting him step on the cursed ground. For too long, Athena's polished shield glimmered softly on his arm, more mirror than metal, more wisdom than war. And strapped at his side, the blade forged by divine hands, curved, silent, sharp enough to split fate itself. As he reached the entrance of the lair, a strange scent filled the air, not decay, not blood, but something older, a smell like cold iron, like a storm that never breaks, like fear given form. He stepped into the cavern. The darkness inside wasn't natural. It felt alive. It clung to his skin, pressed against his lungs, whispered doubts into the edges of his mind. But Perseus pressed forward, eyes lowered, never looking directly ahead. Athena's warning echoed inside him. Face her only in reflection. The cavern walls were littered with statues, warriors, beasts, wanderers, each captured at the exact instant their eyes met Medusa's. Hands raised, mouths open, bodies twisted mid-dash movement. An entire gallery of final moments. And then he heard a faint scraping, a soft hissing, a sound like dozens of snakes brushing against stone. Slow, deliberate, hungry. Perseus froze. The hairs on his arms rose. His pulse steadied itself out of instinct, as if his body knew that panic was death here. Somewhere in that darkness, Medusa watched him, not rushing, not attacking. Just watching. Her presence wasn't like a monster waiting to strike. It felt more like a storm gathering, quiet at first, but inevitable. Perseus lifted Athena's shield, not to see ahead, but to see behind. The polished bronze reflected only the faintest hints of movement, shadows shifting, scales sliding, eyes glowing with a hatred that had been building for centuries. He tightened his grip on the sword. This wasn't a battle of strength. It wasn't even a battle of courage. It was a battle of precision. One mistake, one glance, and every story that would one day be told about him would turn into cold, lifeless stone. He stepped deeper. The scraping grew louder. The hiss sharpened. A figure moved in the reflection, hair writhing, eyes burning with grief and fury, a face twisted not just by curse, but by the weight of a fate she never asked for. Medusa was close now. So close, he could hear her breath. Ragged, tired, ancient, Perseus raised his blade. The moment had arrived. The lair held its breath. The world outside seemed to stop, and with his eyes glued only to the reflection in the shield, Perseus prepared to strike the blow that would change his destiny forever. By the time Perseus reached the land where the Gorgons slept, he understood something very clearly. This was not a place meant for mortals. It wasn't even meant for gods. The air felt heavy, as if every breeze carried the memory of fear. Rocks stood frozen in shapes that didn't look natural, twisted, terrified, frozen in their final moments. Everywhere he stepped, the earth seemed to warn him, one mistake, one glance, and you will join them. But Perseus had not come this far to falter now. In one hand, he held the polished bronze shield Athena had given him, not to look at Medusa, but to look away from her, a safe reflection, not the deadly truth. In the other hand, he held the curved, divine blade so sharp it seemed to slice the air just by moving through it. Hermes' winged sandals kept him hovering above the stones, silent and weightless, a shadow drifting between shadows. The Gorgons slept on a stone plateau not far ahead. Their breath echoed through the night, a slow, unsettling hiss like snakes whispering secrets in the dark. Medusa lay at the center. Her sisters, immortal and monstrous, flanked her sides, but Medusa herself was different. She had once been beautiful. She had once been human, and even now, beneath the curse that twisted her into a creature of terror, you could almost sense the faintest echo of the girl she once was. But Perseus couldn't let sympathy blind him. He wasn't here to judge her story, he was here to survive his own. He kept his eyes fixed on the shield. The reflection trembled slightly, but it was enough to guide him. Step by step, breath by breath, he moved closer. The snakes atop Medusa's head stirred, not awake, but restless, as if they sensed the shift in the air. Perseus raised the sword. He held the shield steady. He whispered, a silent apology, not out of fear, but out of respect. Then, with a single, clean movement so fast even the night gasped, the blade fell. There was no scream, only silence. Silence that sank into the earth like a deep exhale. The moment Medusa's head separated from her body, something extraordinary happened. From the blood that spilled across the stone, two beings rose, not monstrous, not cursed, but radiant. The first was Chrysor, a giant with strength forged from divine lineage. And the second, the one the world would remember for all eternity, burst forth in a flash of white wings. Pegasus, the winged horse pure as starlight, born from a tragedy older than Memoriah, destined to soar through myths forever. He stood beside Perseus, as if recognizing in him a shared purpose, a shared destiny. But Perseus did not linger. He knew Medusa's immortal sisters were waking. He could hear their rising screams, a sound that cracked the night like thunder shattering glass. Perseus grabbed Medusa's head carefully, avoiding even the faintest glimpse, and leapt into the air. The winged sandals carried him, just in time, moments before the Gorgon's claws tore through the space he'd stood in. Their roars echoed behind him, wild and grief-stricken, reaching out like storms trying to pull him back. But Perseus didn't look. He did not look. He flew upward, higher and higher, until the screams turned into distant tremor. The cursed land of the Gorgons disappeared beneath the clouds. In his hands he carried death. At his side flew a symbol of hope. And ahead of him waited destiny, the return home, the confrontation with Polydex, and the moment when Medusa's curse would become Perseus' greatest weapon. When Perseus rose into the sky carrying the head of Medusa, the world beneath him felt different, as if the air itself understood what he had done. Heroes win battles. Warriors slay monsters. But Perseus had done something far greater. He had walked into a place where no mortal was meant to breathe, met death face to face, and returned with a weapon so powerful 11 gods looked at it with caution. The winged sandals carried him above seas and fields, above mountains touched by clouds, above villages that whispered stories of gods and monsters without knowing a real hero now soared over them. But Perseus wasn't going home just to display a trophy. He was returning to finish a promise. To save his mother. To face Polydectes. To end a king who thought cruelty made him powerful. While Perseus journeyed across lands of myth, his mother Danae remained trapped in fear. Polydex, the king who lusted after her, had grown bolder in Perseus' absence. He mocked the young hero, spread lies about his failure, and tried again and again to force Danae to marry him. Danae hid in the temple of Athena, protected only by fishermen and a few loyal friends. But Polydex believed Perseus was dead. He believed no mortal could face the Gorgons and live. He believed wrong. The storm before the return, the night Perseus returned, Siriphos lay quiet under. A moon that looked sharper than usual, as if it sensed the reckoning approaching. Perseus landed silently, like a shadow dropped from the stars. He found his mother, held her close, and listened as she told him everything Polydex had done. Her words didn't fill him with rage. Heroes do not burn with anger, they burn with purpose. Perseus walked toward the king's hall with a calmness that comes only to Thassu who already know how the story ends. Polydex was in the middle of a feast, surrounded by nobles who laughed a little too loud and bragged a little too much because they believed they would never be held accountable. When Perseus entered, the hall fell silent. Some stood, some stepped back, some whispered that he looked older, sharper. Different Polydex sneered. You return empty-handed, boy? Perseus didn't argue, didn't shout, didn't boast. He simply reached into the satchel. If you truly wish to see what I have brought, he said quietly, then look. And he lifted Medusa's head. The moment the king and his men looked upon it, their words froze in their throats. Their breath stopped mid-laugh. Their faces twisted in shock that would never fade in an instant. Every cruelty, every lie, every abuse of power turned to cold, unchanging stone. The king's hall, once filled with arrogance, became a silent garden of statues. Perseus didn't celebrate. He simply covered the head again and walked out, leaving the stone king behind like a warning written in granite. Justice had been done without a single drop of blood. Dictys, the humble fisherman who had rescued Danae years ago, was chosen as the new king of Seriphos. Under him, the island grew, peaceful, flourished with honesty, and finally became a place where Danae could walk without fear. Now that his promise was fulfilled, Perseus could have rested, but heroes never truly stop. He returned the winged sandals, the helm of darkness, and the magical satchel to the gods who had given them. But the head of Medusa, that dark, terrible, powerful relic, he placed gently into the hands of Athena. The goddess carried it to her shield, setting it at the center as a symbol of divine protection. The world had gained a guardian made from the very face of doom, and Perseus? He walked forward into the next chapter of his life, one that would take him from island Shoresto, distant kingdoms, to love, to kingship, and to the roots of a prophesia had never imagined he belonged to, because the story of Perseus did not end with Medusa. It had only just begun. By the time Perseus reached the coast of Ethiopia, he had already survived storms, monsters, curses, and the weight of a destiny he never asked for. The nothing he had seen prepared him for the sight that awaited him on that lonely stretch of shore. The waves were restless, crashing harder than the wind demanded, as if the sea itself sensed something terrible approaching. And there, bound to a jagged rock rising out of the water, stood a young woman, not a goddess, not a warrior, not a creature of myth. Human. Terrified. Exhausted. Yet somehow impossibly graceful. Her hair clung to her shoulders in strands, wet with seawater. Her wrists were tied with iron. Her eyes, wide with fear, kept darting toward the horizon, where the water bulged unnaturally, like something massive was moving. Beneath it, Perseus didn't need anyone to tell him what was happening. He had seen sacrifice before. He had seen kingdoms try to bargain with monsters long before he was born. But seeing this girl alone, trembling, waiting to die, sparked something inside him that neither gods nor fate had prepared him for. Before he said a word, he descended from the air, the winged sandals slowing his fall. The moment his feet touched the sand, he called out, "Who are you?" The girl swallowed, her voice trembling as she replied, "Andromeda, daughter of Cepheus, king of Ethiopia." Her voice cracked, but she forced herself to continue. "I am to be sacrificed to the sea monster. There is no way out." Perseus stepped closer, studying her face, not with desire, not with pity, but with the raw shock of seeing someone punished for something that wasn't even her fault. Andromeda explained everything. Her mother, Queen Cassiopeia, had boasted that her daughter was more beautiful than the Nereids, the sea nymph daughters of Poseidon. The Nereids complained. Poseidon grew furious. And in punishment, he sent a monster, a leviathan born from the darkest trenches of the ocean. It had already destroyed villages. It had already drowned fields. It had already dragged entire ships into the deep. And now, to stop its wrath, the people had offered the princess. So close he could hear her breath. Their own daughter, their own future. Perseus felt his jaw tighten, a slow-burning anger building beneath his ribs, not the reckless fury of gods, but the steady, human rage of someone who refuses to accept injustice. He looked out at the sea. A deep rumble echoed across the waves, shaking the sand beneath their feet. The monster was close. Perseus turned back to Andromeda. "I can help you," he said calmly, "but I must know, do you want to live?" Her answer was a whisper, but it held. More strength than any weapon he had ever carried. Yes. That was all he needed. Perseus rose into the sky again, the wind whipping around him, the sandals beating against the air like the wings of some celestial bird. He flew out toward the rising. Shadow beneath the waves. Then the sea erupted. Water exploded upward as the monster emerged, a massive serpent-like creature, its scales dark as volcanic glass, its eyes glowing with a hunger that had never known satisfaction. People screamed from the cliffs. Above. Andromeda pressed her eyes shut, but Perseus flew straight toward it. Not with a sword raised. Not with a shield lifted. He reached for the pouch. At his side, the one object he carried that was both a blessing and a curse. Inside it, Medusa's head, still deadly, still powerful, still capable of turning anything, any creature into stone with a single glance. Perseus waited until the monster lunged upward, its jaws wide enough to swallow a ship whole. Then at the last possible moment he lifted the head, even without staring directly. The creature let out a screech, so loud that the cliffs trembled. Its body stiffened, its scales hardened, its eyes froze mid-snarl. The wave beneath it froze as well, becoming a towering sculpture of water and fury. The monster turned to stone and then collapsed back into the ocean with a thunderous crash, sinking to the ocean floor where it would remain forever, a silent monument to divine arrogance and mortal bravery. Perseus flew back to Andromeda, freed her from the chains and carried her to her parents, not as a savior expecting reward, but as a man who had simply done what was right. But fate, as always, had other plans. Saving Andromeda was not the end. It was the beginning of a bond that would shape kingdoms, stories, and bloodlines for centuries. And as Perseus looked at her free, alive, standing in the sunlight he had given back to her, he realized something he had never expected to feel on this journey. Destiny wasn't just about gods and monsters. Sometimes destiny looked like a woman who refused to die quietly. When Perseus finally sailed away from the African coast, leaving behind the echoes of monsters and the memory of Andromeda's rescue, the sea felt strangely calm, not peaceful, just calm. In that unsettling way the world becomes when it knows something unfinished is waiting at the other end of the horizon. Perseus stood at the bow of the ship, Medusa's head safely tucked inside the leather pouch given to him by Athena. Even hidden, even sealed away, the air around it felt heavy, as if the world itself was holding its breath. He wasn't returning home as a boy anymore. Not as a desperate youth forced out of his island by a king's greed, not as someone trying to survive the impossible. He returned as something else entirely, as a man who had stared straight into the face of death and walked away with destiny in his hands. But Seriphos had not been quiet during his absence. The news of Perseus' disappearance spread quickly, and King Polydex pretended to mourn him, while secretly tightening his grip on the island, pressuring Dano, pushing her closer and closer to the marriage. She had refused 100 times over. Dano endured it with the same quiet strength she had shown since the day she was locked in a bronze chamber. But strength does not make suffering disappear. She held on to one thing only, the belief that her son would return, and on a quiet morning when the fishermen of Seriphos were hauling in their nets, a shadow appeared on the sea. It grew larger. Clearer. Closer. A ship, Perseus' ship. The island stirred. Whispers rose. People stepped out of their homes, shading their eyes against the sun. And then they saw him. Alive. Changed. Carrying the weight of a story none of them could even imagine. But Polydex? He did not greet Perseus with surprise. He greeted him with irritation. He stepped forward in the courtyard, sneering in that sharp, mocking voice that had always dripped with false confidence. So, return. Tell me, Perseus, do you bring me the head of the Gorgon or only excuses? The courtyard went silent. Perseus looked at the king not with fear, not with anger, but with the firm, unshakable calm of someone who had already won. You wanted the head of Medusa. he said, "and I have brought you exactly what you asked for." Polydex laughed. A cruel, careless sound. He waved at his guards, at his nobles, at the crowd gathering around. "Then show us," he said. "Show us the prize you claim to carry." Perseus nodded once. No theatrics. No long speeches. No drama. Just quiet justice. He reached into the pouch, lifted Medusa's head by the hair, and revealed the face that had turned monsters and men into stone. For a moment, a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Polydex froze. His mocking smile stiffened. His eyes widened. His skin cracked. Stone crept across his face, like frost spreading across glass. His fingers turned rigid. His breath stopped. His body locked into place. And in the blink of an eye, the king of Seriphos became nothing more than a lifeless statue, broken, silent, and cold. Around him, the nobles who had stood beside him suffered the same fate. Men who had cheered his cruelty, men who had helped him torment Dano, men who had believed themselves untouchable. All of them turned to stone beneath Medusa's eternal gaze. Perseus lowered the head, covered it, and the courtyard went still, not with fear, with relief, because tyrants die loudly, but freedom always arrives in a quiet breath. Dano stepped forward, tears in her eyes, not from fear, from the weight of everything she had survived, and the son who had crossed oceans and nightmares to return to her. Perseus held her. Close. No legend. No prophecy. No divine mission. Just the son, returning to his mother. When the people of Seriphos gathered around him, they didn't bow to a hero. They didn't kneel to a demigod. They simply thanked him, not for killing a king, but for giving the island its life back. Seriphos was free, and Perseus? His journey wasn't over yet, for even though the Gorgon's head had delivered justice to a tyrant, its power was too dangerous to remain in the hands of any mortal. A new path lay ahead, a new decision, a new destiny, and the gods were already watching. When Perseus finally stepped away from Seriphos after ending Polydex's tyranny, freeing his mother, and restoring peace, there was something different about him. He didn't look like the young man who once left the island with uncertainty heavy in his chest. He stood taller now. His voice carried confidence, and his eyes held the quiet knowledge of someone who had faced monsters, crossed impossible distances, challenged kings, and survived. But he still carried one last burden: the severed head of Medusa, wrapped carefully inside Athena's mirrored shield, shielded from daylight, shielded from accidental glances, shielded from the world that wasn't meant to hold such destructive power. He kept it close, knowing this final responsibility wasn't his to keep forever. Deep down, Perseus understood something. Medusa's head didn't belong to him. It belonged to the gods who had set him on this journey. And so, with Andromeda by his side and his mother safe at last, Perseus began the long journey to return what never truly belonged in mortal hands. Perseus didn't walk all the way. The winged sandals Hermes had given him still answered his call. They carried him upward, higher and higher, until the world below became nothing but swirling clouds and distant blue. The peak of Olympus glowed with a golden light, not blinding, not harsh, but ancient, like dawn frozen in time. When Perseus landed at its gates, the air itself felt sacred, as if stories and memories lived in the wind. The gods were waiting for him. Not all of them, just the two who had guided him the most. Athena, calm as moonlit water, and Hermes, sharp-eyed and smiling like someone who always knew how the story would end. Perseus knelt, not because he felt small, but because respect sometimes requires bending, even from heroes. Carefully, he unwrapped Medusa's head. Even dead, her face still looked pained, not monstrous, not hateful, but frozen in the horror of a curse she had never deserved. Athena stepped forward. First, she didn't flinch. She didn't recoil. She simply raised her hand and accepted the head like a queen accepting a relic of fate itself. "Your journey is complete," she said, her voice as steady as a sword edge. "You have done what few could even dream of." Hermes rested a hand on Perseus' shoulder. "And you've done it without losing yourself." Medusa's head would be placed upon Athena's shield, transformed into a symbol not of terror, but of protection, a reminder that even monsters have stories, and even heroes carry scars. The gods did not shower Perseus with treasures or crowns. They gave him something far more valuable: Kalon recognition. Not as a pawn in their divine plans, not as a simple mortal, but as a hero who had walked between worlds and returned unchanged at heart. They blessed his future, his family, his legacy. Hermes reclaimed. The sandals. Hades' helm was carried back into shadow. Athena kept the shield, now reborn with Medusa's power. But one gift remained with Perseus forever, the indestructible sickle he had used to end Medusa's life. A symbol of his bravery, his persistence, and the quiet strength that had carried him from a humble island to the gates of Olympus. When he descended back to the world of men, he wasn't just Perseus, the boy from Seriphos. He was Perseus, the slayer of the Gorgon, the savior of Andromeda, the hero blessed by gods. The ancestor of kings. And the world would remember his name long after mountains crumbled and kingdoms turned to dust. When Perseus finally laid down his weapons, when the storms of his battles faded into memory, and when the last echoes of Medusa's curse dissolved into legend, the world quietly shifted into a new era. Heroes never realize this, but their true stories don't end when their quests do. They continue in the lives they touch, the kingdoms they build, and the children who carry their courage forward into centuries they will never see. Perseus returned to Argos not as the frightened boy who once fled a prophecy, but as a man shaped, almost sculpted, by destiny. But destiny wasn't done with him yet. His grandfather Acrisius, the man who had once tried to stop fate by sealing his daughter in a bronze chamber, still lived. And fate, patient as always, finally closed its loop. One day, during athletic games held in Larissa, Perseus threw a discus, a simple throw, one he had done 1,000 times before, but the wind shifted. The discus curved. And in that single terrible heartbeat, it struck Acrisius in the crowd, fulfilling the prophecy he had feared all his life. Perseus wept, not because Acrisius had wronged him, but because prophecy had claimed another victim. Spent his life running from the future instead of understanding it. Perseus refused to take the kingdom of Argos built on the death of someone he never meant to harm. Instead, he traded it with Megapenthes, king of tyrants, and there Perseus built his own city, Mycenae, a city that would one day become one of the greatest powers of ancient Greece, a city that would birth kings, heroes, wars, and legends that would echo long after Olympus went silent. Andromeda stood beside him through it all, the queen whose courage had saved more than one kingdom. Their marriage became the heart of Perseus' legacy, a bond of fate and choice woven together so tightly that even the gods honored it. From their union came a lineage that shaped the future of Greece. Perses, whose descendants would rule Persia, Electryon, grandfather of a boy named Heracles, Sthenelus, whose son Eurystheus would one day challenge Heracles with 12 impossible labors, Alceus, ancestor of warriors and kings, Gorgophone, one of the first women in Greek myth to remarry, shaping royal lines of Sparta and Messenia. Even the gods, who often watched mortals rise and fall with indifference, paid attention to the legacy of Perseus. His children bore both divine favor and human resilience, a combination rare enough to bend the future. From Perseus' bloodline came rulers, warriors, founders of cities, and eventually nations. And through this lineage came one truth. Some heroes leave behind weapons. Others leave behind kingdoms. But the greatest heroes leave behind stories that become the foundation of entire civilizations. Perseus grew old, surrounded by family, honored by his people, and remembered by gods who rarely remember mortals at all. And when the time came for him to leave the world behind, the stars welcomed him. Literally. The gods placed Perseus among the constellations, with sword raised, shield lifted, forever frozen in the moment of Karagathat defined his life. Beside him, they placed Andromeda and the winged horse Pegasus, so that even in the night sky, their story, a story of destiny, bravery, sacrifice, and love, would shine on through thousands of years. And that is the legacy of Perseus. Not just the slayer of Medusa, not just the savior of Andromeda, not just a hero of Olympus, but a man whose choice shaped the very spine of Greek history. His bloodline carried the spark of Horoesminto. Every age that followed, and the world has been telling his story ever since. If you follow any great story long enough, you eventually realize something simple. Heroes do not appear out of nowhere. They grow from roots planted long before they are born, and the greatest of all Greek heroes, Heracles, began with the blood of Perseus. Generations passed after Perseus' adventures. His children grew into kings, their children into rulers, and their bloodline spread across the lands of Greece like vines searching for sunlight. but destiny had its eyes set on one child in particular, one boy who would carry the strength of mountains in his bones, and the weight of the world on his shoulders. His name was Heracles. Though he would not be called that at first. He was born outside as a name, simple, soft, almost quiet. No one knew that this baby, wrapped in cloth and sleeping peacefully in his mother Alcmene's arms, would one day shake the foundations of Olympus itself. Heracles entered the world under circumstances that were already tangled with gods. Zeus still ruling the sky, still shaping the destinies of mortals looked upon Alcmene with admiration, not lust, not conquest, but something much deeper, respect. She was wise, loyal, patient, the kind of mortal whose presence made others feel like the world made sense. And so Heracles was born with two lineages, one human, one divine. Half of him belonged to the earth and half to the sky. But if you think that made his life easier, you don't understand how the gods work. Because the moment Hera, queen of Olympus, heard of this child, her heart filled with a fury that didn't burn hot but cold, a quiet rage, the kind that plans slowly and strikes with precision. Hera hated the idea of Zeus fathering yet another child outside their marriage, not because she feared the child, but because she feared the chaos these children always brought to the world. And Heracles, well, he was destined to bring more chaos than all who came before him. From the moment he could crawl, strange signs followed him. When he laughed, the air stirred. When he cried, the trees outside shook as though a storm was gathering. By the time he was strong enough to stand, he could lift things no child should have been able to lift: baskets of grain, tools from the stable, the family dog, and often the family goat. People whispered, some with awe, some with fear. Hera watched from Olympus, unblinking, waiting, and one night when the stars were faintened, the moon hid behind thick clouds, she made her first move. She sent two serpents into the infant's room, not ordinary serpents, but creatures infused with divine malice. Most babies would have screamed, most would have been helpless. But Heracles did something else entirely. He sat up, looked at the snakes with the curiosity of a child discovering something new. And then, with hands so small they barely closed around the serpents' throats, he crushed them. When Alcmene arrived moments later, she found her child laughing, the lifeless serpents dangling from his fists like toys. He had grown bored of. Word of the event spread quickly. Some called it a miracle. Others called it a warning. But one thing became clear. This child was destined for something greater than anyone could imagine. As Heracles grew, so did his strength. He learned to fight, to farm, to run, to hunt. Everything came naturally to him, too naturally perhaps. But strength alone does not make a hero. And Heracles had yet to understand the cost of being extraordinary. His destiny had already begun to unfold in whispers, in shadows, in the quiet anger of Hera, the proud silence of Zeus. The world had seen heroes before, but none like him, because Heracles was not merely born from greatness. He was born to test the boundaries of what hero even meant. And soon, very soon, his life would twist into trials so impossible, so brutal, so legendary, that they would echo through thousands of years of storytelling. But before the labors, before the monsters, before the madness, there was a young man discovering who he wasn't, who the world needed him to become. And that is where his story truly begins. If you want to understand Heracles, not the legend, not the symbol, but the man, you have to begin with a truth that Greek storytellers never hid. Greatness in ancient times rarely came without suffering, and Heracles' suffering began before he even understood what destiny meant. He grew up strong, bright-eyed, and almost impossibly gifted. You could see it even when he was just a child. There was something larger than life inside him, something raw and powerful, like a fire waiting for its moment to rise. His mortal parents, Amphitryon and Alcmene, watched him with a kind of awe. The boy lifted things no child should lift, ran faster than grown men, and learned quicker than anyone around him. But it wasn't until he grew to manhood, broad-shouldered, confident, almost glowing with the strength Zeus had poured into his blood, that people began to whisper, he's not just gifted, he's touched by something divine. And that whisper reached Hera. She had tried to destroy him when he was a baby. She had tried to curse him with snakes, misfortune, anything she could conjure, but every attempt only strengthened the rumor. This child is meant for something great. And Hera hated that idea more than anything. So she waited. Not for the moment. Heracles was weak, he was rarely weak, but for the moment he was happy. Because jealousy doesn't strike in moments of misery. It strikes in moments of peace.
Later, Hera would place that crab in the sky as the constellation Cancer, a reminder that even petty acts can leave a mark on the heavens. When Heracles collected the Hydra's blood, its venom clinging to the tip of his arrows, he didn't realize that this poison, the deadliest in the world, would one day play a role in his own fate. But that is a story for a later chapter. For now, Heracles walked away from the swamp of Lerna, victorious, stronger, smarter, and more feared than ever before. And Hera watched him with narrowing eyes. Every labor meant to destroy him was turning him into something far more dangerous, a hero impossible to break. If the first labor tested Heracles' strength, and the second tested his endurance, then the third labor tested something he had never relied on before: patience. Because this time Heracles was not asked to kill anything. He wasn't asked to fight, to bleed, or to wrestle with death. He was asked to capture something that didn't want to be caught by anyone, mortal, hero, or god. The task came from Eurystheus' twisted imagination. After failing to break Heracles' spirit with monsters, he decided to give him a challenge that felt almost insulting. "Bring me the Cyrenian hind," he ordered, smiling the way cowards smile when they think they've won something. At first, the task sounded simple, but the more Heracles learned, the more impossible it felt. The hind wasn't just a deer. She was a creature blessed by Artemis herself, a shining, golden-horned, bronze-hoofed being, who moved with such grace and speed that even arrows could not keep up with her. Some said she ran so fast she could outrun the very wind. Others whispered that she could leap from one mountain peak to another as lightly as a feather landing on water. But Heracles had no choice. He began tracking her through the forests of Arcadia, moving quietly, slowly, as though the world around him were made of glass. Days passed, then weeks. The seasons themselves shifted, summer warming into autumn, autumn melting into winter. And still, he followed her. Sometimes he saw only the imprint of her hooves. Sometimes only a glimmer of gold disappearing between the trees. Sometimes nothing at all. But he never quit. Hunger gnawed at him, the cold bit into his bones, and the loneliness of the hunt pressed down on him like a weight. Yet every time he saw even the faintest glimmer of her shape, it renewed something inside him, a fire that refused to dim. Finally, after almost a full year, the moment arrived. He found her drinking by the edge of a moonlit stream, the water still as glass, the hind glowing like a living constellation. Heracles didn't draw his bow. He didn't run forward. He didn't roar or challenge. He moved like a shadow, slow, steady, breathing so softly that even the wind couldn't hear it. But the hind sensed him. She darted away, a blur of gold streaking across the forest. Heracles ran. He didn't run with brute force, but with the rhythm of someone who had learned the land, learned her patterns, learned the quiet language of the forest over months of patience. And at last, when dawn painted the sky with soft light, he caught her, not with violence, not with arrows. He trapped her gently, his hands around her without hurting her, as though capturing a moment rather than a creature. But then everything changed. The air shifted. The trees trembled, and Artemis herself appeared. Silver glow, moonlit grace, eyes sharp with divine authority. She was furious. "How dare you touch what is mine?" Her voice cut through the silence. Heracles bowed his head. He didn't lie. He didn't beg. He simply spoke the truth, that this labor was forced upon him, that he meant no harm, that he respected the creature as much as the goddess who owned her. Artemis studied him. A long, hard, piercing look, the kind only immortals can give, and slowly her anger softened. She did not love mortals, but she respected honesty. "Very well," she said, "take her, but swear to me that you will not harm her." Heracles swore it. So she allowed him to carry the hind to Eurystheus, but the moment the cowardly king reached out to take the creature, the hind slipped free and vanished into the forest once more. Heracles kept his promise. He caused no harm, and Artemis allowed him to walk away unpunished. He had succeeded in a labor, not through strength, not through battle, but through patience, respect, and endurance. And that was the moment Heracles realized something powerful. Sometimes the greatest victories are the ones you win without shedding a single drop of blood. When Heracles finished the first 3 labors, a quiet rumor began spreading across Greece that maybe, just maybe, he was more than a hero. Maybe he was becoming a force. But Hera wasn't done with him. Not even close. So Eurystheus, her puppet king, offered the next challenge with a smirk he didn't bother hiding. "Bring me the Erymanthian boar alive. Alive, not dead. Not wounded. Alive." And if that doesn't sound terrifying, you probably haven't heard of the boar. This wasn't an ordinary wild animal. It was a creature born from the raw, freezing rage of the mountains, a beast forged from winter storms, hunger, and ancient fear. It lived high on Mount Erymanthos, where snow never melted and the wind cut like knives. People said you could hear its roar before dawn. Deep, thunderous, echoing through valleys like some spirit calling for blood. But Heracles didn't hesitate. He rarely did. Heracles traveled north, through villages scarred by the beasts, rampages, homes torn apart, fields destroyed, livestock scattered. Whenever people saw him, they stepped out of their houses with the kind of hope that has been bruised too many times to stand up straight. "Can you really stop it?" they'd ask. Heracles didn't boast. He never did. He just nodded once and kept walking. Soon he reached the foothills of Erymanthos, and the world changed. The air grew colder. Winds screamed through the cliffs like a furious spirit. Snow swirled in circles, almost alive, blinding anyone who dared climb higher. But Heracles pushed forward. Every step was a battle. Every breath stung. His cloak snapped behind him like a torn sail. And then he heard it. A roar so deep it vibrated through the ground. A sound that made even Heracles pause. The boar was awake. When Heracles finally saw it, he felt, not fear, but respect. The boar was massive, easily the size of a horse. Its hide was thick as tree bark, its tusks curved like sickles carved from ice. Steam rose from its body with every breath, as if the rage inside it was too hot for the winter air around it. And its eyes, cold, sharp, wild, locked onto him instantly. The creature charged. The mountain shook. Snow exploded under its hooves. Heracles leaped aside just in time, feeling the wind tear past him as the boar smashed into a boulder and shattered it like pottery. This wasn't a monster he could overpower head-on, not without killing it. And Eurystheus wanted it alive, so Heracles did what he rarely had to do. He used strategy. He began driving the boar upward, step by step, shout by shout, forcing it higher, into deeper snow, into colder wind, into slopes where even the beast's strength began to falter. Heracles moved with purpose. Every roar of the boar echoed through the cliffs. Every charge grew slower, heavier, higher, 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 until at last the snow became too thick for even the monstrous boar to run. It floundered, slipping, roaring, thrashing in frustration. That's when Heracles sprang. He tackled it with the precision of a hunter and the strength of a demigod. The boar fought, kicking, snapping, shrieking through the frozen air, but its movements were sluggish in the deep snow. Slowly, carefully, Heracles bound its legs with unbreakable rope, pressed its massive head into the snow, and held it there until the beast finally stilled. He had done it. He had captured the Erymanthian boar alive. When Heracles dragged the roaring, furious boar into the city, the ground shook beneath its weight. People stared from doorways, half in awe, half in disbelief. But Eurystheus, the mighty king who ordered the labor, the moment he saw the boar he screamed, ran backward, and dove headfirst into a giant storage jar that sat beside his throne. A jar, a literal clay jar. Heracles stood there holding the boar while the king shouted from inside the jar, voice muffled, "Take it away, take it away. Labor complete. Just get it out of here." He didn't need to. He simply dragged the boar back out of the courtyard, leaving the jar trembling. And somewhere in the cold mountain winds, you could almost hear the boar laugh. When Heracles finished dragging the roaring Erymanthian boar down snowy slopes and delivering it alive to Eurystheus, who, as usual, hid in a jar the moment he saw it, he thought, just for a moment, that maybe the next labor would feel a bit easier. But Hera never allowed ease, and Eurystheus never chose mercy. So for the fifth labor, he gave Heracles a task that sounded harmless on the surface, until the details revealed the true cruelty behind it. He ordered Heracles to clean the Augean stables. Now, if someone just hears the words "clean the stables," it almost sounds laughable compared to slaying monsters, catching sacred beasts, and hauling giant boars across continents. But these weren't ordinary stables. They belonged to King Oges, a man so wealthy and proud that even gods took notice. Oges owned more cattle than any man alive, thousands upon thousands of them each. One enormous, thick-hided, strong-horned, and blessed by the gods with unnatural vitality. And because they were blessed by gods, they produced filth like nothing on earth. Let me put it this way. The stables hadn't been cleaned in 30 years, not once. Not a single day. Not even a shovel dipped inside. 30 years worth of manure from divine cattle. Mountains of it. Piled higher than city walls, so foul that even birds refused to fly over it. People often think the Nemean lion or the Hydra were his greatest challenges. But in truth, the Augean stables carried a different kind of horror. A horror of decay, disease, and stench so strong it could knock out grown warriors from hundreds of feet away. Even monsters have dignity. This did not. Eurystheus wanted Heracles humiliated. He wanted him knee-deep in filth, broken not by claws or fangs, but by shame. But what he never accounted for was something simple. Heracles wasn't just strong, he was clever. When Heracles arrived before King Augeas, the stables rose before him like a dark, breathing hill. Workers gagged, turning away. Guards covered their faces. Even the king himself stood far from the entrance. Heracles walked right up to it and didn't flinch. Augeas laughed at him. "You think you can clean this?" he scoffed. "Even 100 men couldn't finish it in a year." Heracles looked at him calmly. "If I clean it in a single day," he said, "will you give me 1/10 of your cattle?" Augeas, so confident in the impossibility of the task, agreed without hesitation, and that was the moment Heracles knew he had already won. He didn't reach for a shovel. He didn't ask for help. He didn't wade through the filth. Instead, he walked down to the 2 greatest rivers in the region, the Alpheus and the Peneus. And with strength only a son of Zeus could possess, he tore enormous channels into the earth, carving new paths for the rivers as if shaping clay. The rivers obeyed him, rushing through the channels with thunderous force, pouring into the Aegean stables like twin waterfalls. And the filth, 30 years of rot and stench, was swept away in minutes, flushed out with such power that the land for miles trembled. When the water finally cleared, the stables shone brighter than the day they were built. Workers gasped. Citizens gathered. Augeas stood frozen, his pride collapsing beneath the weight of Heracles' brilliance. And when Heracles returned to claim his reward, Augeas panicked. He refused, claimed trickery, claimed deception, claimed Heracles hadn't touched the filth with his own hands. But King Augeas forgot something. Heracles never breaks a promise, but he never forgets one either. And refusing the deal would one day cost Augeas dearly. Very dearly. But that part comes later. For now, Heracles walked away from the stables, his task complete, his pride intact. And his legend 1 chapter stronger, when Eurystheus heard how Heracles had solved the labor, he turned red with fury. Because this labor wasn't supposed to be a triumph, it was meant to be humiliation. And instead, Heracles made it look like the work of a god. There are monsters whose strength comes from size. There are monsters whose terror comes from fangs, claws, or flame. But the creatures Heracles faced in his 6th labor were terrifying for a different reason entirely. They didn't hide in caves. They didn't roar across mountains. They didn't fight with brute strength. They struck from the sky. And the sky, as Heracles soon learned, can be more dangerous than any beast on the ground. When Heracles arrived at the marshy region around Lake Stymphalus, the first thing he noticed wasn't the birds themselves, but the silence. A silence so heavy it felt unnatural. No frogs, no insects, no rustling reeds, no splash of fish, just a dead, empty stillness hanging over the marsh like a suffocating blanket. And then a single metallic screech split the air. Heracles froze. not in fear, but in instinct. There was something about the sound that didn't feel alive. It felt forged, like metal scraping against metal. He stepped closer to the water, and that was when he saw them. Shapes circling overhead, their wings catching the light like polished bronze, their feathers razor sharp, their beaks long and pointed like spears, their eyes bright with a strange, unnatural fury. The Stymphalian birds, creatures created not by nature, but by a twisted mix of divine wrath and forgotten magic. Their feathers weren't feathers, they were blades. Bronze-edged daggers, sharper than any sword, capable of slicing flesh, cutting stone, even piercing armor. And their droppings were poisonous, corrosive, able to melt skin and bone alike. They were, quite literally, weapons with wings. And they had turned the entire region into a wasteland. Heracles stood on the edge of the marsh, but he didn't charge in. Even he wasn't foolish enough to run blindly into a cloud of bronze-feathered killers. He tried approaching quietly. They scattered, disappeared into the reeds. The goddess of wisdom, the goddess who understood war not as chaos, but as a science. She looked at Heracles with that quiet expression gods wear when they are not surprised. "You will not solve this labor with your club," she said gently. Heracles half smiled. He'd already figured that much out. Athena handed him something wrapped in cloth. "Use this." When Heracles unwrapped it, he found a pair of bronze castanets, a rattle forged by Hephaestus himself. Not a weapon, not armor, a noisemaker. Heracles raised an eyebrow. Athena only nodded. Scare them. Force them into the air. Then strike when they have nowhere to hide. It was simple, elegant, wise. Exactly what Heracles needed. At dawn, Heracles stepped onto the marshland. He held the bronze castanets in both hands, took a deep breath, and shook them. The sound tore through the silence like a scream of metal thunder. The lake erupted. Birds shot upward in a frenzy, hundreds of them, their wings flashing like spinning blades, their screeches filling the air with a metallic storm. But this time, Heracles was ready. He drew his bow, a bow so strong that no mortal could even string it. A bow that could fire arrows fast enough to outrun sound. And as the birds rose in a chaotic cloud, Heracles fired, one after another. His arrows cut through the air with deadly precision, striking down birds mid-flight. Their bronze feathers clattered like rain on the marsh below. The sky darkened with their bodies. The ground shimmered with metal. Some escaped. Most didn't. And by the time the storm settled, Lake Stymphalus was silent again, not with death, but with peace restored. Heracles collected what he needed, proof of the monster's defeat, and walked away. His hands were bruised, his arms sore, his quiver nearly empty, but another labor was finished. And this one had taught him something he rarely admitted. Sometimes wisdom beats strength. Sometimes strategy beats fury. And sometimes a hero needs more than muscle to survive. As Heracles left the marshlands behind, a quiet wind swept across the lake. For the first time in decades, the land breathed again. But the road ahead was long. And the labors waiting for Heracles would only grow darker, harder, and far more dangerous. When Heracles arrived on Crete, the island looked peaceful enough from a distance. Quiet fields, white stone cliffs, gentle winds rolling across the hills. But everyone he met wore the same look in their eyes, a mixture of fear and exhaustion. Because somewhere on that island, hidden among the olive groves and rocky valleys, roamed a creature unlike any other in the world. They called it the Cretan bull. A beast so powerful that even stories seemed too small for it. Some said it breathed fire. Some said the ground shook beneath its hooves. Others whispered it was a giftor, a curse from Poseidon himself, sent long ago and never tamed. King Minos greeted Heracles with a tight smile, a smile that barely held together. It wasn't courage that kept the king steady. It was relief. Relief that someone else had finally come to face the creature that his own men refused even to look at. Heracles didn't ask many questions. He didn't need long speeches. He simply asked, "Where do I start?" Minos pointed toward the northern hills, where the land twisted into wild shapes. No farms, no villages, just silence. And the scent of burning carried on the wind. Heracles walked into that wilderness alone. For hours, he searched through the rocky landscape. He saw scorched trees, hoofprints deep enough to fill with seawater, boulders cracked in half as if something enormous had smashed through them. And then he heard it, a sound like thunder rolling inside a narrow valley. He turned toward the noise, and there it stood. The bull was enormous, white as sunlight on water, muscles rippling beneath its skin, eyes glowing with a heat that didn't belong to this world. When it exhaled, steam exploded from its nostrils. When it pawed the ground, sparks danced beneath its hooves. The bull saw Heracles and charged. It moved faster than anything that size should have been able to move. Heracles dove aside, the air shaking as the beast tore past him. The ground split where its hooves struck. The trees it brushed against caught fire. Heracles didn't draw his sword. He didn't ready his bow. He knew exactly how he had to win this, with strength alone. He stood tall and held out his hands, ready. The bull lowered its burning horns and charged again. This time, Heracles ran toward it. The impact was so violent that dust exploded into the sky. Heracles grabbed its horns, digging his feet deep into the earth as the bull pushed with force enough to break mountains. But Heracles didn't move. He held steady. He pushed back. Slowly, inch by inch, he forced the great bull downward, its hooves slipping against the rocky ground. The creature roared, flames spilling from its breath, but Heracles didn't stop. He tightened his grip, shifted his weight, and with one mighty surge, he threw the creature to the ground. The bull kicked, thrashed, roared, but Heracles pinned it with the unshakable calm of a man who had wrestled monsters since boyhood. Finally, the beast went still. Heracles tied its legs, lifted it across his shoulders, yes, across his shoulders, and carried it all the way back to King Minos. The king stared in disbelief. Even the strongest warriors of Crete had fled from this creature, yet here stood Heracles, breathing steadily, as if he had merely completed a morning chore. Minos didn't dare keep the bull. He sent it with Heracles as proof of the labor completed. And so the Cretan bull, a creature of divine fury and wildfire, was brought back to Eurystheus, who hid behind a bronze jar the moment he saw it. Heracles, however, didn't flinch. He had already faced far worse, and he knew even greater challenges were waiting for him. The labors were only growing harder, and the next one would test his patience more than his strength. Long before the famous Trojan War of Achilles, Hector, and the wooden horse, there was another war, a war almost forgotten now, but one that shook the walls of Troy for the first time. And at the center of that storm stood Heracles, not as the broken man still carrying the weight of his labors, not as the wandering hero searching for redemption, but as a warrior finally starting to understand how powerful he truly was. This was the first time Heracles fought not for a king, not for a punishment, not under Hera's curse, but because destiny was quietly pulling him toward Troy, toward a city whose fate was always tied to heroes. How it began: the trouble started with King Laomedon of Troy, a man as proud as the city he ruled. Troy was young then, its walls newly built, its gates freshly carved, its towers strong and untouched by war. But even kings can make foolish mistakes. One day the gods Poseidon and Apollo took mortal form and built Troy's mighty walls as pay for Laomedon's promise of reward. A generous reward, a simple reward, which he refused to give once the work was done. The gods said nothing at first, but the sea grew restless, storms battered the coast, and a monstrous sea serpent began to rise from the waves, sent by Poseidon as a reminder that broken promises carry consequences. Desperate and afraid, Laomedon made another promise, this time to any hero who could slay the beast. And that promise reached Heracles. He arrived with a small band of loyal warriors. Not an army, just enough strength to show he was not afraid of the sea's fury or the king's pride. When the serpent rose from the waves, towering, dripping with salt and rage, Heracles stepped forward without hesitation. The waves crashed around him, the sky darkened, but he fought as though the ocean itself bowed to him. And when he killed the serpent, Troy celebrated like the city had been reborn. But Laomedon, he broke his promise again. No reward, no thanks, only deceit. And that was the moment Heracles made a choice. Not in anger, not in hatred, but in a calm certainty that Troy's king needed to learn a lesson he would never forget. The war begins. Heracles gathered allies, Telamon, Oikos, and other warriors who believed in him not as a servant of kings, but as a leader in his own right. Together, they sailed back to Troy. This wasn't a battle fought with trickery or gods hiding in disguise. This was straightforward, undeniable, inescapable justice. Troy's walls, once built by gods, stood tall. But even divine stone cannot protect a city whose king stands on a foundation of lies. Heracles led the charge. Arrows rained from the towers, spears clattered along shields, but every time the Trojans thought their walls were safe, Heracles struck them like an earthquake in human form. He climbed the battlements, broke through the gates, and when the city finally fell, he found Laomedon hiding behind soldiers instead of standing beside them. Heracles ended the war with the same quiet resolve he carried through all his greatest challenges. He crowned Laomedon's son Hesiod's brother as king and freed Hesione herself, giving her a choice over her own future for the first time in her life. Why this war matters. The battlefield blurred, roars, screams, dust, splintering wood. hooves crashing against stone, and Heracles at the center of it all, moving not like a man but like a storm that had learned to fight. He was outnumbered vastly. The centaurs came at him from every direction, but Heracles stood his ground. At one point, a massive centaur leader named Nessos charged forward with such force that even the mountains seemed to shake beneath him. Heracles swung his club once, harder than he had intended, and Nessos fell with a crash so loud that silence swept across the valley afterward. But the war didn't end with strength. It ended with fear. When the centaurs realized Heracles wasn't slowing, wasn't tiring, wasn't yielding, they broke. They turned and fled into the forests, hooves pounding the earth as they vanished into the shadows. Heracles stood alone on the torn, broken ground, dust settling around him, the smell of wine still lingering in the air. The centaur war had been won, but victory came with a heavy price, because inside the quiet house, Pholus lay wounded not by a centaur's spear, but by Heracles' own arrow, which he had accidentally dropped. The poison on its tip, the hydra's venom, burned through him like fire. Heracles knelt beside his fallen friend, his heart heavier than any weapon he had ever lifted. The world often remembers a hero for the battles he wins, but it rarely remembers the ones he wishes he could undo. The Centaur War ended that day, but its shadow would follow Heracles much longer, for sometimes even the strongest man alive cannot shield everyone he cares about, and this loss was only the beginning of the tragedies that shaped his destiny. For most people, the greatest battles are fought with swords, shields, or monsters that roar in the dark. But for Heracles, the greatest battlefield was his own mind. The world knew him as a hero, the man who strangled lions, slayed hydras, captured monsters, and survived every challenge thrown at him. But Heracles carried something else to a curse he never asked for, a shadow that followed him like a second heartbeat, Hera's hatred, and hatred that deep never truly sleeps. For a while after his labors, Hera stayed silent, not forgiving, not forgetting, just waiting. Heracles traveled, fought, feasted, built friendships, earned honor. He tried to live like a man finally free from punishment, but freedom is delicate, and Hera knew exactly how to break it. It began quietly, a whisper in the back of Heracles' mind. Not a voice, not a hallucination, just a flicker of doubt where confidence used to be. He woke some nights unable to breathe. Other nights he woke thinking his hands were covered in blood, blood he didn't recognize, blood that wasn't there. He tried to ignore it, but ignoring Hera's influence is like ignoring thunder when lightning is already touching the ground. The madness returned slowly, slipping into his thoughts like cold air through a cracked window. One moment he was laughing with friends, the next he was gripping his spear as if surrounded by enemies. The world around him began to tilt. Shadows moved where they shouldn't, faces blurred, strangers seemed like threats. And Hera watched it all with the patience of someone watering a poison flower. Heracles began wandering restlessly, moving from camp to camp, never sleeping deeply, never staying long. Some nights he spoke to the trees, thinking they were people. Other nights he yelled at the stars, as if they were mocking him. This wasn't rage, it wasn't violence, it was fear. A kind of fear that eats away at the edges of sanity. One night, Under a bruised purple sky, the madness peaked. Heracles saw visions, monsters wearing the faces of people he loved, shadows that whispered his failures, memories twisted into nightmares. And then, just like before, the madness snapped. He fell to his knees, pressing his hands into the earth, begging the world to stop spinning. He didn't shout, he didn't roar, he didn't fight, he just whispered, "Make it stop." And for a moment, even the wind stilled. When the fury passed, Heracles was left trembling, not from wounds inflicted by monsters, but from wounds carved into his mind. He realized something painful. Monsters could be defeated. But Hera was endless. She wasn't trying to kill him, no. She wanted something worse. She wanted him to break. And that terrified him more than any hydra, any lion, any task Zeus could ever command. But heroes aren't made in triumph. They're made in the moments they choose to stand, even when standing feels impossible. So Heracles rose, not healed, not whole, but determined. He wiped the sweat from his face, steadied his breath, and whispered to himself, not as a vow to the gods, but as a promise to the man he still hoped to be, "I am not done yet." And deep in the clouds above, Hera heard him. The war between them was far from over. After countless battles, broken mountains, shattered armies, and a lifetime spent wrestling with shadows Hera placed in his path, there came a strange and unexpected quiet in Heracles' life. It felt almost unnatural, a silence that didn't belong to a warrior, a calm that felt like someone else's destiny, not his. For the first time in years, Heracles wasn't being hunted by a monster, or punished by an impossible task, or forced into battles he never asked for. He was simply wandering. And it was during one of these rare, peaceful journeys that he arrived in the land of Calydon, a kingdom ruled by King Aeneas and his daughter, the Princess Deianira. She wasn't like the women Heracles had met before. She didn't flinch when she saw his lionskin cloak. She didn't whisper in fear when the sunlight caught the scars on his shoulders. She looked at him with a steady calm, as if she had already seen storms far wilder than he could ever bring. Deianira wasn't delicate. She wasn't fragile. She was thoughtful, brave, and carried a kind of quiet strength, the kind that doesn't shout but doesn't bend either. And for the first time in a long while, Heracles felt something unfamiliar settle inside him. Peace. He didn't expect it. He didn't trust it at first. A man who had lived his entire life under Hera's wrath doesn't easily believe in soft things. But Deianira wasn't a soft thing. She was solid, grounded, a steady flame in a lifetime of wildfires. Their connection grew slowly, not like a spark leaping into flame, but like morning light spreading over a quiet valley. Heracles found himself laughing again, sleeping without nightmares, breathing without weight on his chest. He didn't realize it then, but this was the last stretch of sunlight before the longest shadow of his life. One evening, while the two of them walked near the edge of the river Immerse, Heracles felt something shift, not in the sky, not in the wind, inside himself. For a moment, he allowed himself to believe that maybe destiny had finally finished testing him. But destiny never leaves heroes alone, especially heroes like Heracles. Across the river waited a creature whose presence would quietly shape Heracles' final tragedy. the centaur Nessus, a being neither fully beast nor fully man, and one whose nature twisted between mischief and cruelty. When Nessus saw Deianira, he smiled a smile Heracles instantly mistrusted. Something inside the hero tightened, that old instinct that had kept him alive through countless battles. The river was deep. The waters moved fast. Nessus offered to carry Deianira across on his back. Heracles hesitated. Just a breath. Just long enough to feel something uneasy coil inside his ribs. But Deianira trusted the creature. And Heracles, for once in his long, storm-filled life, trusted peace. He watched her climb onto the centaur's back, watched the river churn beneath them, watched the sun flicker on the water, and then, halfway across, the calm shattered. Nessus suddenly broke into a sprint, his hooves pounding against the opposite riverbank, carrying Deianira away in a violent rush. Heracles' heart didn't simply drop. It roared. He lifted his bow, the same bow that had brought down monsters and ended wars and shaped legends. He didn't aim with anger, he aimed with certainty. The arrow flew. It struck Nessus straight through the chest, the kind of shot only Heracles could make. The centaur collapsed. His breath came ragged and heavy, but even dying, he wasn't finished. With his last strength, Nessus whispered something to Deianira, words coated in lies, words soaked in malice, words that would later become poison. Take my blood. It will keep Heracles faithful to you forever. A dying lie, a deadly lie. But in that moment, Heracles only saw Deianira safe. He didn't hear the whisper. He didn't see the trap being set. Love had finally found him, but so had tragedy. And together, they would walk the same path until the day they destroyed each other without meaning to. There are moments in a hero's life when strength becomes meaningless, not because it disappears, but because the danger waiting ahead isn't something muscle can defeat. Sometimes the deadliest wounds come not from monsters, not from gods, but from trust. And that's exactly where Heracles' final tragedy began. After years of battles, after wars, labors, monsters, and endless trials, Heracles finally wanted peace. And he believed he had found it with Deianira, a woman whose presence softened the edges of his restless heart. They traveled together from city to city, seeking a home where they could begin a life free from war. One day, on their journey, they reached the banks of a river swollen with fast-moving water. Crossing it was dangerous, the current strong enough to sweep away even the bravest warrior. And that was when the centaur Nessus appeared. He approached them with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Nessus offered to help Deianira across the river, claiming it was his sacred duty to ferry travelers across. Heracles, tired and soaked from the long road, didn't see the danger hidden beneath the centaur's courteous tone. He agreed. He lifted his bow onto his shoulder, stepped back, and watched as Nessus carried Deianira into the water. But halfway across the river, Nessus's intentions changed. His steps grew faster. His grip tightened, and suddenly, Heracles heard Deianira scream. The truth hit him instantly. Nessus wasn't helping her. He was trying to take her. Heracles reacted like lightning. Before Nessus could reach the opposite shore, Heracles pulled an arrow from his quiver, an arrow dipped in Hydra's immortal poison and shot it straight through the centaur's heart. Nessus collapsed, gasping, bleeding. The poison began to burn through him, eating away his strength from the inside out. But as he lay dying, he looked at Deianira with a smile that chilled her to her bones. His last act was a lie. "Take some of my blood," he whispered. "Keep it safe. If Heracles' love ever begins to fade, this will keep him faithful to you." Deianira, shaking, terrified, confused, believed him. She didn't know Nessus' blood was soaked in Hydra's venom. She didn't know it would cling to flesh like fire. She didn't know it would one day bring down the greatest hero Greece had ever known. She took a small vial, collected the poisoned blood, and Nessus died with a smile. A smile born not of love, but of vengeance. Years passed. Heracles continued his adventures, his battles, his victories. But Deianira's heart was soft, too soft for a world shaped by war. Whenever Heracles stayed away too long, whenever whispers reached her that another woman admired him, she remembered Nessus's words. One day, believing Heracles' affection was drifting, Deianira made a choice she believed came from love, a choice born from fear, from insecurity, from a desire to hold on to the man she cherished. She took a simple tunic, a shirt woven for Heracles to wear during a ceremony, and soaked it with Nessus' blood, thinking it would renew his devotion. But the moment Heracles put it on, the poison woke. It seeped into his skin, burning like liquid fire, spreading through nerve and muscle, devouring strength, tearing apart the very body that once carried the weight of the world. Heracles screamed a sound so terrible that mountains trembled. He tried to rip the tunic off, but the poison bound it to his skin like a second, flaming layer of flesh. Every movement only spread the agony further. Every breath felt like swallowing fire. The world's strongest man, the hero who had defeated lions, hydras, giants, and even death, fell to his knees, broken not by war, not by monsters, but by love, twisted by deceit. And in that moment, Heracles understood the truth. The poison was Nessus' revenge, a curse meant to kill him slowly and mercilessly. No strength could stop it, no god could heal it, no prayer could reverse it. And the hero who had survived every trial was now facing a fate he could not escape. There are heroes whose stories end quietly, with age, with peace, with time gently closing its hands around them. Heracles was never meant to be one of those heroes. His life had been a storm, bright, violent, unstoppable, and it was only fitting that his end would be just as powerful. After the poison of Nessus began to burn through his skin, Heracles knew something that no one else around him understood. This was not a wound meant to be healed. This was a final chapter, written long before he was born. The fire spread slowly at first, like a cruel whisper, but soon it turned into agony so fierce that even the strongest hero the world had ever seen could barely stand. His breath shook, his muscles trembled, the ground beneath him seemed to tilt, and yet he did not collapse. Even in pain, Heracles held himself like a king refusing to bow. He understood what was happening. The poison of the Hydra, the same creature he had defeated years ago, was now flowing through his veins because of Nessus' final act of revenge. And Hera, watching from the heavens, felt a strange mix inside her: triumph, sorrow, and something she would never admit. Respect. Heracles called for a pyre to be built, not out of despair, but out of clarity. He knew this body, this mortal shell, was no longer his to keep. His friends gathered wood. They built the pyre on the slopes of Mount Oda, the air still and heavy, as if the world itself knew what was about to happen. Heracles climbed onto the pyre with the same calm he had shown facing monsters, kings, gods. Every movement was deliberate, slow, steady, filled with the weight of a man who knows his story still isn't finished. He looked at the sky, not with fear, not with regret, but with the quiet understanding of someone who had lived more lives in one lifetime than most could live in 100. The flames hesitated, as if even fire was afraid to touch him. Then they rose. The heat was immense, but Heracles did not cry out. He lay upon the wood like a warrior resting, like a king on his throne. Like a man finally surrendering the burden of being too strong for too long. And as the fire climbed higher, something miraculous happened. The earth did not mourn. The sky did not darken. Instead, a warm golden light descended from Olympus, gentle, glowing, welcoming. Zeus had watched his son suffer enough. A bolt of divine light struck the pyre not to destroy but to transform. Heracles' mortal body burned away, its pain ending with it. And from the flames arose a new form, radiant, powerful, unburdened. Heracles was no longer just a hero. He was a god. The sky opened for him. Olympus itself welcomed him with open arms. Hera, yes, even Hera, finally laid her hatred to rest, accepting him not as a reminder of Zeus's betrayal, but as a son of Olympus. Heracles took his place among the immortals, a place he had earned not through birth, but through suffering, through courage, through every impossible challenge he faced and survived. His story didn't end in flames, it began in them. And even now, every time lightning cracks across the sky, or a mountain trembles with hidden strength, the world remembers him, the man who endured everything and rose higher than any mortal before him. When Heracles' mortal body finally turned to ash on the blazing pyre atop Mount Oda, the world didn't fall silent, it exhaled. Not in relief, not in fear, but in the strange, heavy calm that comes only after a giant leaves the earth. And Heracles was a giant. Not in size, though his strength could move mountains, but in the force of his story. Every valley he crossed, every beast he faced, every choice he made left a trail behind him like footprints carved into the stone of history. When Zeus carried his son's immortal spirit up to Olympus, and the gods welcomed him among their own, something profound happened. A bridge formed between gods and mortals, between destiny and choice, between the impossible and the achievable. Because if a man like Heracles could walk into Olympus as an equal, then no mortal could ever again say heroes are born, not made. Heracles proved they are made. Through suffering, through courage, through mistakes. Through facing the world even when it tries to break you apart, piece by piece. And that is why his legacy lasted long after his labors, his battles, and even his death. His children carried his strength into new kingdoms. Heracles left behind children who spread across Greece like sparks from a single flame. They founded dynasties, shaped cities, and carried their father's fury and glory into the generations that followed. Some would become kings, some warriors, some wanderers. But all of them carried a little of Heracles' stubborn refusal to bow to fate. Through them, kingdoms rose, battles changed, legends multiplied. Before Heracles, heroes were rare, strange figures, born from prophecy or divine accident. After him, the world began to look at mortals differently. A hero didn't need perfect blood. A hero didn't need a gentle childhood. A hero didn't need to avoid mistakes. A hero simply needed the courage to keep going even when the gods themselves seemed determined to crush him. Heracles became the measure against which all heroes would be judged. Perseus, Theseus, Atalanta, Jason, Achilles, Odysseus. Every one of them carried a piece of the heroic spirit that Heracles had carved into the world. Heracles' life was more than glory. It was also a map, a reminder that blessings and curses often walk side by side. He taught the world that strength alone is not enough, that power without wisdom is dangerous, that rage can destroy the very things a person loves, that forgiveness even toward oneself is sometimes the hardest labor of all. And through his suffering, he showed mortals something the gods rarely reveal. Even greatness hurts. Even destiny wounds. Even the strongest break. But they rise again. Before Heracles, mortals prayed to the gods as distant, unreachable beings. After him, they saw a path. Heracles had lived among them, bled among them, suffered among them, and then he rose to Olympus. Suddenly, the divide between man and God didn't seem like a wall, but a mountain that could be climbed, step by step, wound by wound. The torch Heracles carried through labor, battle, madness, love. And death didn't extinguish when he left the mortal world. It passed on. Two warriors who fought not for glory, but for home. Two wanderers searching for redemption. Two kings trying to prove themselves. Two mortals who dared to challenge monsters, destiny, and sometimes even the gods. Heracles lit the fire of the heroic age. And long after Olympus welcomed him, the world he left behind still followed the echo of his footsteps. Before Athens became the cradle of philosophy. Before it became the city whose wisdom shaped half the world, it needed a hero, not just strong, not just brave, but someone who could redefine what it meant to stand for a people. That hero was Theseus. But Theseus didn't begin his life in Athens. He began it in quiet shadows, as a boy who grew up not knowing the weight of destiny resting on his shoulders. His mother, Aethra, kept a secret. A secret buried beneath the heavy stone in a quiet grove in Troezen. Theseus grew up fast, not because life forced him, but because there was a certain sharpness in him, a restlessness that never sat still. He climbed trees taller than houses, wrestled boys twice his size, and asked questions that adults weren't ready to answer. And eventually, the day came when Aethra took him to that stone. She didn't say much. Mothers with secrets rarely do. She simply pointed. "Theseus," she said softly, "if you are truly your father's son, lift it." And Theseus, who didn't yet know what fate meant, walked forward, placed his hands on the cold, rough surface, and pushed. The stone didn't move. He tried again. Still nothing. But Theseus didn't walk away. He stayed, he breathed. He felt something rising inside him. Not anger, not frustration, but resolve. He pushed again, every muscle trembling, every bone straining, and suddenly the stone shifted. Beneath it lay a sword and sandals woven in a style only one man in all of Greece wore. Aegeus, the king of Athens, his father. Aethra told him everything. The secret love, the promise. The reason Theseus had grown up far away from the politics and dangers of Athens. And Theseus didn't smile. He didn't boast. He simply picked up the sword, strapped on the sandals, and said quietly, "Then it's time I met him." He could have taken a ship to Athens. It would have been safer, easier. But Theseus didn't want safety. He didn't want ease. Heroes are not made on clear waters. They are forged on dangerous roads. So he chose the land route, the path crawling with bandits, monsters, and killers who preyed on travelers. And one by one, Theseus confronted them, not with rage, but with a strange calm confidence that made even seasoned criminals hesitate. Periphates the club-bearer, defeated. Cines the pine-bender, outmatched. Siren who kicked travelers off cliffs, thrown into his own sea trap. Procrustes the torturer with the iron bed, ended by his own device. By the time Theseus reached Athens, the stories of his journey were already echoing through the city. But Athens was not ready for him. Not yet, because behind its proud temples and marble walls lay a truth darker than any monster he had faced. Every 9 years, Athens sent 14 young people to a distant island as tribute to a creature born of greed, rage, and a curse. A creature half man, half beast. A creature known as the Minotaur. And Theseus, hearing this for the first time, didn't flinch. He simply asked, "When does the next ship sail?" Because he already knew what real heroes understand better than anyone. You don't choose your destiny. You step toward it. Even when everyone else runs away. And Theseus was ready to walk straight into the darkness that had haunted Athens for generations. When Theseus finally reached manhood, Athens was not the proud, rising city it would one day become. It stood under the shadow of a sham so heavy, so humiliating, that no one spoke of it openly. A debt paid not in gold, not in land, but in lives. And that debt was owed to Crete. Years before Theseus was born, King Minos of Crete had suffered a terrible loss, his beloved son. Androgeos had died in Athens under mysterious circumstances. Some said he was murdered. Some said he died in a foolish accident. But Minos never believed the softer version. He blamed Athens, and he demanded justice. But when a king like Minos demands justice, it comes wrapped in punishment. He waged war against Athens and won. He didn't burn the city. He didn't enslave its people. In some ways, that would have been kinder. Instead, he gave Athens a sentence that made every heart quiver. Every 9 years, 7 Athenian boys and 7 Athenian girls were to be sent across the sea to the island of Crete, not as guests, not as students, but as offerings. Offerings to the creature Minos kept hidden deep beneath his palace. The Minotaur, a monster born from a curse, half man, half bull, with the hunger of a beast and the rage of something that should never have existed. The children were sent into the twisting labyrinth built by Daedalus, a maze so complex that even the walls seemed alive, turning, shifting, swallowing anyone who entered. No one ever returned. This was the burden Athens carried. The wound no medicine could heal, the shame no prayer could wash away. Every 9 years, families gathered at the docks, holding each other as the chosen 14 stepped aboard a dark ship with black sails. And now, after many years, the tribute was due once more. Theseus watched the city prepare for the selection, saw the pain in the faces of mothers, saw fathers clench their fists helplessly, saw children trying to be brave even though their hearts were breaking. And for Theseus, that was enough. He didn't wait for the lottery. He didn't wait for a name to be drawn. He stepped forward before all of Athens, and in a voice that carried the strength of his ancestors, he said, "I will go, not as a tribute, but as the one who ends this curse." The city gasped. Some begged him to reconsider. Some called him foolish. Some thought he was walking to his death. But Theseus wasn't driven by arrogance. He wasn't chasing glory. He wasn't trying to prove that he was more than a king's son. He simply believed no city should bow to fear, and no future should be paid for with the blood of children. His father, King Aegeus, was torn apart inside. He had only just discovered Theseus, and the thought of losing him so soon felt like a cruel joke from the gods. But Theseus' resolve didn't shake. He knelt before his father and said, "If I do not go, Athens will continue to suffer. If I die for something worthy. If I live, the city will be free." Aegeus placed his hands on his son's shoulders, his voice trembling as he agreed, but with one request: "When you return, change the sails of your ship to white. If they remain black, I will know you are gone," Theseus promised. And so, the black-sailed ship prepared to leave once more. But this time, Athens wasn't sending only victims. It was sending a hero. As the ship pulled away from the shore, the people watched Theseus standing tall at the bow, the wind in his hair, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't uncertain. He was ready. Because deep inside, Theseus knew something the Minotaur did not. The labyrinth had never swallowed someone who walked into it with the intention of walking out. When Theseus arrived in Crete, he expected a kingdom built on fear, violence, and monstrous power. But what he found instead was something far more complicated: a palace glittering with beauty on the outside, and a darkness carefully hidden beneath its marble floors. Crete was ruled by King Minos, a man whose pride was as enormous as his wealth. His palace at Knossos stretched so wide that newcomers often mistook it for a city. Painted frescoes lined its walls, bulls leaping through the air, gods dancing among mortals, the sea curling blue and white like living art. People whispered that Minos had everything: riches, power, foreign allies, but no one dared whisper about the one thing that held his kingdom hostage: the labyrinth. A twisting maze deeper than any dungeon, built by Daedalus himself, the greatest craftsman the world had ever known. Its walls shifted like a living creature. Its halls swallowed sound. Its darkness was so thick it tasted metallic in the mouth. And inside that maze lived the Minotaur, the bull-headed monster born from Minos' own curse. Athens had been sending young men and women every 9 years as tribute, not as payment, not as diplomacy, but as a desperate offering to keep the monster fed. When Theseus stepped ashore with the other tributes, the Cretans watched him curiously. Most looked away quickly. Some pitied him. Others whispered that no Athenian had ever returned. And then someone else noticed him, someone who didn't look away. Ariadne, daughter of King Minos, princess of Crete. But more than that, a woman whose mind worked in quiet, intricate patterns, just like the labyrinth her father kept hidden. Ariadne watched Theseus silently at first. She saw the way he walked, not like a man doomed to die, but like someone who carried a secret fire inside him. Cretan courtiers laughed at the idea of a foreigner facing the Minotaur, but Ariadne did not laugh. She saw something different, a courage that wasn't loud, a strength that wasn't boastful, and a determination that flickered in his eyes like a promise he had made to himself long before he ever stepped onto the ship. That night, when the moon rose over Knossos and the palace quieted, Ariadne made a decision that would change not only her life, but the future of 2 kingdoms. She went to find Theseus. She didn't walk in with royal ceremony or political authority. She came quietly, like someone trying to escape a destiny she never agreed to. When Theseus saw her, he wasn't intimidated by her royal title. He wasn't distracted by her beauty. He simply listened. Ariadne told him everything about the labyrinth, about the Minotaur, about her father's cruelty, and the curse that had trapped Crete in fear for so many years. "Theseus," she whispered, "you cannot defeat the labyrinth by strength alone. You need a guide. And since no one can enter with you, you need something that can show you the way out." Then she revealed the secret that only she and Daedalus knew. A simple object, a tool, a lifeline, a ball of thread, but not ordinary thread. Thread woven with a trick of genius, a design that, when laid along the floor, would always lead its holder back to the entrance, no matter how the walls twisted. It was a map disguised as something ordinary. Ariadne placed it in Theseus's hands, and for a moment, neither spoke. The hero felt the weight of her trust. The princess felt the danger of her defiance. In that quiet moment, their fates intertwined. "When you return," she said softly, "take me away from here. Take me from this place that has stolen so many lives." And Theseus, for the first time since leaving Athens, felt something stir inside him. Not duty, not vengeance, but a sense of destiny that belonged to both of them. The labyrinth awaited. The Minotaur awaited. His father's kingdom depended on him. But for the first time, Theseus didn't feel alone. Ariadne had given him the one thing even heroes need: hope. When the ship from Athens finally reached Crete, the air around the harbor felt unnaturally heavy, as if the island itself knew what Theseus had come for. He stepped onto the shore with quiet determination. Not bravado, not anger, not bravely shouted promises. Just a steady confidence that had been growing inside him ever since he learned the truth. Athens would no longer bend to Crete. The Minotaur would no longer feed on innocent lives. And his father, Aegeus, would not spend another year drowning in sorrow. King Minos greeted Theseus with a cold, thoughtful look, the kind of look you give someone whose destiny you're curious to watch unravel. He said nothing cruel. He didn't need to, because the labyrinth did the speaking for him. Even from a distance, its stone walls looked alive. A maze so enormous, so twisted, that no one who entered ever found the exit again. But Theseus wasn't walking into it alone. Ariadne found him that night, her steps soft, her voice lower than a whisper. She was nothing like the stories people told, not a frightened princess, not a girl desperate for escape. She was sharp, thoughtful, brilliant in ways most never noticed, and she knew something Theseus didn't. Strength alone was useless in a place built to break the mind before the body. So she placed a small spool of thread into his hands. Not enchanted, not magical, not glowing with divine energy. Just thread, simple, ordinary thread. But in that moment, it felt like the most powerful gift in the world. "Unspool it as you walk," she told him, "so you can always find the way back." Theseus nodded, but he didn't promise to return. Promises are heavy things, and he had no idea what waited in the dark. When the sun rose the next morning, the guards escorted the chosen tributes to the entrance of the labyrinth. The gate opened, and a wave of cold, stale air swept out, as if the maze were breathing in again. Theseus stepped first. No torch. No weapon other than a simple sword, and in his other hand, Ariadne's thread, tied firmly to the outer wall. The door slammed shut behind him. Instant darkness. Walls rising so high they swallowed the sky. Passageways twisting like living veins. The sound of wind. Or was it breathing? Theseus walked carefully, letting the thread slip from his fingers inch by inch. Every corner felt like a question. Every turn felt like a dare. Sometimes he heard distant footsteps, sometimes his own, sometimes not. The Minotaur didn't roar like the Thales claimed. It made low, rumbling sounds, like something too big for its own bones. Hours passed, or was it minutes? Time didn't behave normally inside the labyrinth, and then he found it. Or rather, it found him. A shadow first, huge, bent, snorting in slow, heavy breaths. Then the creature stepped forward, a massive body of muscle and rage, hooves scraping the stones, horns curving upward like weapons forged by the earth itself. The Minotaur's eyes glowed, not with intelligence, but with a hunger that had never known mercy. And in that breathless moment, Theseus saw not a monster, but a tragedy. A being trapped in a world that never gave it a chance to be anything else. The Minotaur charged. The labyrinth shook. Theseus held his ground. The clash was brutal, raw, echoing through every corridor of the maze. The Minotaur's strength was overwhelming, but Theseus had something the beast had never faced before: purpose. Every swing, every dodge, every step backward was fueled by a promise not spoken, but carved into his heart. For Athens, for the children who died before him, for Ariadne who believed in him, for himself. With one final, desperate surge, Theseus drove his sword forward. The Minotaur staggered, groaned, collapsed. For the first time in years, the labyrinth fell silent. Breathing hard, Theseus wiped the blood from his hands, turned, and followed the thin silver trail of thread back toward the world and the sunlight and the destiny waiting outside. When he stepped from the labyrinth's mouth, Ariadne's breath caught. He was alive. And with that single moment, Theseus changed the fate of Athens forever. When Theseus finally stepped out of the labyrinth breathless, bruised, but alive, the world around him felt strangely quiet, almost unreal. Maybe it was because for hours, for what felt like days, he'd walked through darkness so thick it felt alive. And now, as the moon hung pale above the palace of Knossos, the night felt too gentle for what he'd just survived. But he wasn't alone. Ariadne waited for him. She didn't cheer. She didn't run to him. She simply looked at him with the trembling relief of someone who had gambled everything, her family, her home, her future on a boy who had walked into a monster's lair. And against every expectation, he returned. Theseus held the bloody weapon, the remnants of the struggle still clinging to him. Ariadne held only the thread that saved him. When their eyes met, it felt like the moment the world decided to shift just slightly, creating a path neither of them had expected. "We don't have time," she whispered, and she was right. The palace was waking. Guards were organizing. Shouts echoed through the courtyards. Someone had found the Minotaur's body. Someone had realized a foreign prince had done what no Cretan warrior ever could. They had to leave. Theseus took Ariadne's hand, and together they ran through the quiet halls of Knossos past murals of dancing women, past high pillars painted with ancient gods, past torches cracking in the night breeze. Every corner felt dangerous. Every shadow felt like it carried a soldier. But Ariadne knew the palace better than anyone born there. She led him through hidden passages, through storerooms, through a forgotten gate at the edge of the palace walls. And then, suddenly, the harbor opened before them. Black water, silent ships, the moon's reflection quivering with every ripple. The Athenian crew, who had feared the worst, saw Theseus sprint toward them and, without needing orders, they prepared the ship for a desperate escape. The ropes loosened, the sails unfurled, the oars dipped into the dark sea. Ariadne climbed aboard last, her breath shaking with a mixture of hope and fear, and the ship pushed away from Crete. No trumpets, no cheers. Just the soft sound of waves brushing against the wooden hull and the growing distance between them and the island they were leaving behind. For a long time, Ariadne stood on the deck, staring at the shoreline, not because she missed it, but because she was waiting to see if anything followed. No ships appeared, no torches blazed in pursuit, no cries split the night. For the first time, they were safe. Or, that's what they believed. Because fate, as it always does in Greek stories, had a way of twisting the quiet moments. After days of sailing, the ship reached the island of Naxos, a beautiful place, quiet beaches, soft sands, peaceful winds. They rested there. They breathed. They allowed themselves to feel victory. Ariadne, who had saved Theseus' life, dreamed of a future with him, a life far from Crete, far from the Minotaur, far from blood and terror. But destiny does not care for dreams. One morning, as the sun rose over the sea, Ariadne woke to find herself alone on the sandy shore. The ship was gone. Theseus was gone. The sea breeze carried no hint of why. Had Theseus abandoned her? Was it a mistake? Was it a command from the gods? Even the storytellers never fully agreed. But Ariadne stood alone, Her heart cracked open in a way no knife could ever match. Back on the Aegean Sea, Theseus sailed toward Athens with a weight in his chest. He didn't speak of guilt, confusion, or something darker. Something like fate pulling him away from a story he wasn't meant to stay in. But his tragedy wasn't over. Because in the chaos of escape, in the exhaustion, in the victory, Theseus forgot something. He forgot to change the sails. Black sails meant he had died. White sails meant he had survived. And when his father, King Aegeus of Athens, looked out from the cliffs expecting white sails, he saw black. The rest of Greece would forever remember what happened next. The king's grief, his leap into the sea, and how that sea earned his name, the Aegean. Theseus returned home a hero, but the cheers of the city couldn't hide the truth. Victory always demands a price. And the greatest heroes are often shaped not by glory, but by the weight of the mistakes they can never undo. When Theseus returned from Crete, the world expected him to live the rest of his life as a celebrated hero, a man who entered the labyrinth, slayed the Minotaur, and survived the impossible. But destiny had a much larger plan for him. Athens at that time was still a young city, a place filled with potential, but fractured by small rivalries. Local kings, petty disputes, and ancient tribal boundaries that never seemed to end. People lived side by side, but they weren't united. They didn't think of themselves as Athenians yet. They thought of themselves as members of scattered clans, clinging to old traditions, old fears, old ways. And Theseus, fresh from surviving Crete's greatest terror, walked into this world with eyes wide open. He didn't just see a city. He saw what it could become. He traveled through its hills, its farmlands, its ports, speaking to the people, listening to their struggles, learning what divided them and what they secretly wished could bring them together. And slowly, a vision formed inside him. A vision of one city, not many. A city not held together by fear or tribute, but by shared strength, by unity. He did something bold, something no one before him ever tried. Theseus abolished the small regional governments that kept Athens divided. He invited their leaders to join him. Not as rivals, but as equals, members of a single, united community. He created one council, one law system, one heartbeat for all the people of Attica. And instead of forcing this change upon them with a sword, he won them over with something far stronger, trust. For the first time in their history, the people felt like they belonged to something greater than the land they farmed, or the tribe they were born into. They belonged to Athens. Under Theseus, the city expanded, flourished, grew in reputation and pride. Festivals were organized, arts blossomed, trade routes opened, and the people once fragmented began calling themselves Athenians, wearing the name like a crown. And Theseus, he didn't place himself above them. He didn't sit on a throne built of gold or demand worship. He walked among the people, not as a king, but as a protector. A leader who knew that a city's strength comes not from a single hero, but from the unity of its citizens. This was the moment Theseus transformed. Not when he killed the Minotaur, not when he escaped the labyrinth, but when he gave Athens an identity. From that point on, he wasn't just Theseus the hero. He became Theseus the founder. the man who shaped a city that would one day become one of the greatest centers of culture, philosophy, power, and democracy the world has ever known. And yet, even heroes who build cities cannot escape fate forever. Because behind the glory of Athens, some shadows were beginning to stretch across Theseus's path. Shadows that would test him in ways no monster ever could. When Theseus returned to Athens after defeating the Minotaur, he expected cheers, parades, a city overflowing with pride for the hero who had ended years of fear. And yes, Athens celebrated him. They hailed him as the man who broke Crete's power, who freed their children from certain death, who rewrote the fate of an entire generation. But celebrations fade quickly. Stories echo longer than truth. And even heroes cannot escape the shadows of their own choices. The first shadow arrived before he even set foot on Athenian soil. As his ship approached the coastline, the lookout on the cliffs saw the sails black as mourning cloth, whipping in the wind, the signal of failure, the sign that Theseus had died in Crete. King Aegeus, who had waited every day on the edge of the cliff for his son's return, felt the world collapse beneath him. He didn't wait for word. He didn't question the truth. He simply stepped forward and let the sea take him. The waves swallowed him quietly, like a secret. By the time Theseus reached the shore and saw the torches lit in grief instead of celebration, the truth struck him sharper than any sword he had ever raised. His first great mistake as a hero had cost his father's life. Athens no longer welcomed him as a returning son. It welcomed him as a king born out of tragedy, a king whose reign began with a wound he could never heal. But the shadows didn't stop there. Theseus had left Ariadne behind, abandoned on an island after she had risked everything, her family, her home, her future, to help him survive the labyrinth. Some say he left her intentionally, some say fate intervened, but the truth didn't matter. Athens whispered, Crete whispered louder, and Theseus, despite his courage, felt the weight of her absence every time he closed his eyes. Then came the politics. Athens was not a peaceful kingdom waiting to be ruled. It was a city of rivalries, shifting alliances, and quiet resentments. Some nobles distrusted Theseus because he had grown up far from the palace. Others believed he was reckless, too bold, too unpredictable. And in the back of every mind lingered the memory of those black sails. A symbol that their hero was capable of forgetting the simplest promise. Theseus tried to build a new Athens, a united Athens. He traveled from village to village, gathering people, negotiating peace, offering protection. He invited the scattered tribes to live as one people, not under a king, but under a shared identity. It should have been the beginning of a golden age. But unity is never born without resistance. Old leaders didn't want to share power. Families who had ruled their lands for generations didn't want a city-born hero telling them how to live. Enemies outside the borders saw the growing strength of Athens and sharpened their weapons. And through all this, Theseus was haunted by his own past. The father he could not save. The woman he abandoned. The people he couldn't protect. The victories that never came without a cost. He stood on the Acropolis often, looking over the city, wondering if greatness always came with a shadow, and if a hero could ever truly step out of it. But the world wasn't done testing him. Athens' enemies were stirring. Old threats were crawling back from the corners of Greece. And destiny, as always, had more trials waiting for him. The age of heroes was still growing, and Theseus had one more chapter to write before the world judged him not for his victories, but for the man he became when glory faded.